IP address. Okay, this is the one of the thing done by DSC server. Okay, if you attach another network card, if you know about, if you want to see information about this particular Ethernet card, okay, then we have ifconfig command. You can pass the Ethernet card name here. Okay, but the in the ifconfig command is more old fashion. Okay, means it's the old command, but we have one new command ipdir. Okay, it will also show the IP address. It's show more details about network card. Okay, so if you know, if you check the help of this command, you can see here you have lots of option. You can check the uses. Okay, and if you know about, there is one file in /etc sysconfig folder, I think. Let me check sysconfig, and if you check here, you have network script. Okay, and in this folder, if you all the network related information about particular Ethernet card. Ethernet card is nothing. The configuration of the Ethernet card, there is one file here. If you check, it's not created now, but when you use, if you know about nmcli command, if you want to configure anything in this Ethernet card, then we have nmcli command, network manager command line interface. Okay, we use nmcli command to configure the information about Ethernet. Okay, then if you configure, here we can see the file name, same file with the Ethernet card name, it's created here. If you use nmcli connection show command, here you can see the all the details about your ETH cards. Okay, and if you here in nmcli, they manage, they don't use Ethernet devices name, they use profiles name. This is known as profile name. Okay, if you want to see the information about particular profile, so what you can do, you can use wired correction. Let me check about this profile. You can copy this, paste this, and use double. Okay, so here you can see all the details about this Ethernet card. You can see here, and here in this information, there is an option master mate DNS server. Let me check. Here we have IPv4 address option somewhere. They tell you that the method of the IP allocation is using DSCP, or you are allocated the IP manually. Okay, so where is the option? IPv4 DNS. Okay, here you can check IPv4 dot method is auto. Means you are using the DHCP server to configure the network. When you install the operating system, it will automatically configure the, it will script file deposited, the file move information is moved to network manager directory. Thank you, Shivam. But we still, you can try with this file. Okay, it's lot as let me check the file. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, here you can see the information about the network. So if you use con.d, no, network, let me open the VIM network manager. You can check the files here, or you will see the files in, let me check in here. You can see system connections file. We have the file for ENP0S3 network card. Like if you check the ifconfig command, here we have the ENP0S3 that configured by automatically by the DSCP server. So here you can see the same file name. You can see here enp0s3.connection. If you open this file, if you want to change the network information, you can use nmcli command, or you can directly change in this file. Okay, and in industries, if you know about, we normally don't use single network card. What we do, if you have Ethernet card 1, okay, and then we have second ETH card 2. Okay, what if my one Ethernet card down? So the entire network traffic will goes down. Means you will face the downtime. So what we do normally, if you have one ETH card, means now I am running with one Ethernet card. If my this Ethernet card get down, my internet get down, and I am not able to connect with the internet. Okay, so what we do normally, we attach one more network card, and then we create one virtual card, ETH 3 virtual, something like that. Okay, we create one virtual card, and then it's just like you think it's load balancer, but it's not load balancer. And what we do, we assign the IP address to this virtual card. Okay, and the IP address we are going to provide to the our client customer, we provide the virtual card IP address ETH3 virtual. Okay, and we connect the virtual card to ETH2 and ETH1. Okay, and ETH1 is our primary virtual card, sorry, primary real Ethernet card. Okay, and this is our secondary. Okay, if traffic coming through this virtual card, and they normally they by default they connected to primary bit, but in some case my primary network card get down. Okay, at that time they will automatically switch the network traffic to the ETH2. Okay, this concept is known as teaming. They are working together as a team. Okay, so if you know about, we have, I am just giving the overview. Okay, I am not going in advanced part. I am just telling you the overview. If interviewer asks you about this, you can explain this. Okay, so we have, if you know about, if you want to configure for the team, so you have team dctl command. Okay, we have team dctl command. You can use the command to configure the network card. If you want to create the virtual card, then we use nmcli command. Let me use, just give it, nmcli connection add. Then if you check the help of this, we have we need to give the connection name. Okay, firstly when you give the connection name, then we have to give the type of the card. So let me check, we have, let me grab it. Let me do one thing, we have help option here. Okay, so here you give the grep type. Okay, we have lots of type where we give the type using the team. Okay, we create the team, then we have to create the team network. So we create the virtual card with the team type, then we assign this real Ethernet card to the virtual card. Okay, so the virtual card is known as master, and this is known as slave. Okay, so when you create the team for you have to set up this configuration. Okay, so when you create, you can see in your nmcli command, you can pass the option to create the master and slave. Okay, and we assign the IP address to this virtual card, and it will automatically switch the traffic between these two. Okay, there are not lots of more benefit you will get. You will get the you will get the you will get the zero downtime. You will don't face the issue of downtime. If one Ethernet card is get down, the traffic will be automatically shipped to the secondary card. Okay, but what if we have, there is ETH1, and the throughput that ETH1 can handle, the network traffic can ETH1 can handle, it's 1 GB. And ETH2, the throughput of ETH2 is 1 GB. So what we can do, in type we have multiple types in working, we have multiple types. We want to use as a backup for a downtime. You want to uh, make the downtime 0, so you can check, you have different option for this, you have different algorithm. But if we use this ethernet card, if you want to increase the network performance, network throughput, so we have one algorithm, you can use round robin. So what it will do, if you are transferring the file of 2 GB, so 1 GB go to the first ethernet card, and the another 1 GB go to the second ethernet card. Okay, So using this method we can create, you can check the documentation of NMCLI. They are not gonna ask about this how to create, but they're gonna ask about this how, what is the use of, what is the Ethernet card, how to create, how to modify, how to create static IP address. If you want to create the static IP address, like if I check I have config and I have ENP0S8 card, okay, and I'm gonna change the IP address of this card. Okay, now you can say the IP address of this 10.2.10.0.2.15. Okay, but if you want to change the IP address, then you have command nmcli connection modify. Okay, then you can give the network card, you can check unknown, so you have to give the profile name nmcli connection show. So check the profile name of this device. So the profile name for is wired connection 1. Connection modify, then give the profile name. Okay, if you check, we have to use this. Okay, now we have to pass the method. Now the method we are using to configure the IP address is DSCP, but if you want to configure the IP address manually, then we have IPv4 dot manual method. We can use this command, IPv4 dot manual. You can check, let me check, manual is missing. Mm. You can use this command and you can pass the IP address 192.168.10.2. Okay, then we manual. Okay, it's, I think the spelling is wrong. Manual, not among method. So IP dot method. Sorry, we have method keyword here. We can use method, and the method is manual. Okay, the method is manual. Then we can use IPv4 dot address. Okay, and here you can pass the IP address 192.168.10.2. Okay, if you press enter, you can see. Now if you check ifconfig command, here you can see IP address still can't assign. So what you have to do, you have to down the connection, mmcli connection down. Which connection? We have to check first mmcli connection show. We have to down the wired connection 1. So you can use mmcli connection down, then wired connection 1, then again up. So what it will do, if you make the changes, the in configuration file, it will behind the scene making the changes in configuration file, which I show you in network manager. Okay, so what it will do now, if you up and if you check the ifconfig command, you can say the new IP address will assign. Okay, same like if you want to change the net mask. So you have IPv4, we have net marks there option. You can check there. Just like I type IPv4 dot address, we have IPv4 dot subnet or something like that. You can check. Okay, you have configured the more information. So these are the basic information you need to know. Now we okay. So now, like we configure the static IP now. We have changed the method to manual. If you use DHCP server and if you change the router, you'll see your IP address will change. But now I am using the manual method. Now this IP address will be fixed. It will not change again. Okay, you can also configure the IP address using ifconfig command. Ifconfig, then you can give the name, and then you directly give the IP address. Okay, but it's temporary. If you reboot the system, the IP address will be automatically changed. Okay, so if you want to make the permanent changes, you have to use nmcli, or one more command you have, I think nmtui. Okay, this is one more command you can use to change the IP address. This is terminal user interface. Terminal. Okay, TUI. Network manager terminal user interface. You can edit a connection, you can change here. If you want to change the connection for wired connection 1, you can change here, edit. You can change the IP address manually. Okay, and save the information. Okay, anyone have any doubt here? CD slash etc slash I think in RHL 9 they changed the part, but in RHL 8 we have this folder sysconfig slash cd slash sysconfig. network manager. In RHL 8 we have this folder, but in RHL 9 I think they changed the path. Okay, in system connection you can say we modify the wired connection one, so the new file for wired connection one is automatically created. If you delete this file, the connection will get lost. You can use wired connection one, and you can check the method we use. You can see here method we use manually. So you can also change here. You can pass the method auto and save the file. Then again down the connection, up the connection. It's same like nmcli connection modify command. You can change that directly in file. If you want to change the IP address, like if I change now it's 2. Now I have to change to the 55. Okay. Now if I choose manual here, if I'm gonna save this file, can you explain the concept of network card through boot once again and what TeamD command? Uh, Archit, it's not a good time to explain about TeamD command. We have to if you want to configure the what you say DSCP server, we have lots of more option in team DCTL command. It used to like if you want to check, if you create the team network, like if you create the team network card, they use team DCTL command. Then the network card name, like if I want to use ENP0 S3, and then you have state command, then you can dump the data. So it's not team network. So you can see the all information about, if you create the team network, you can see all the information about this, which Ethernet card you are using in team, which are the slave, which are the master. So you can see the detail. Okay, but now we changed the information file wired connection one. We changed the IP address from 2 to 55. So if you check ifconfig command, so still it 5. But if you want to change, so you can use if nmcli connection down 1. Let me check nmcli connection show. So we have to down the connection wired connection 1. Okay, now we up again. Now if you check ifconfig command, the IP address will change. Now firstly is 5. Now I think there is some mistake we do in file. We can check vim wired connection. I think we made the some mistake. We have to type the more keyword. You can check the file later. Okay. So now just so now just for practicing, you have to practice what thing you have to practice how to set up the static IP. Okay. And DSCP use IPAM network, means if you know about IPAM concept, DSCP use IPAM concept behind the scene to configure the network. So IPAM address or address management, they will plan the network, which they check your router gateway network and then create the network according to that. Okay. So these are the some information you need to know about DSCP server. Check the DSCP server port number. Okay. Which port number DSCP server use? So we have DSCP server for we have port number for DSCP server is 60A7, and we have DSCP client server also. So the port number of client server is 68. Okay, so let's move forward to the now DNS server. Okay. So let's move forward to the DNS server. Okay, so if you know about DNS, so you normally know that we are human being, we are not good in the remaining the IP addresses, we are good in remaining the human names, human readable name. So what we do, we assign the name to the our computer, like this is computer 1, this is the computer number 2. What we do, we normally do google.com, www.google.com. Okay, then we search it, but behind the scene this computer are gonna connect with IP addresses only. They are gonna connect with IP addresses only. They are not gonna use the name. So what we do, we use the DNS name. And how DNS work? So let me explain you. So they use DNS name. How DNS work? We have one DNS server. Okay. So let me just give me. Okay. We have one DNS server. Okay. This server is known as root DNS server. Okay. These are the root. Okay. Then in this root server, we have multiple subdomain. Okay. So like we have, if you know about, you have multiple domain. Okay. We have first domain, we have second domain, we have third domain and fourth domain. Like we have multiple, like these are the domain are known as TLD, top level domain. Okay. If you know about com, this is one of the domain. We have org, we have .in. These are the TLD domain. If you search about TLD top level, sorry, not wait, top level domain. So these are the top level domain server. Okay, and in this server, if you are using the com server .com, so this is the, if you think this is the com server, okay, if this is the com server, so in this server we have information about all the DNS which are using the com, okay, domain .com. Okay, but if you, when you search, if you ping 1.8.8.8, how ping command come to know that in which, like if you are using ping www.google.com. Okay, how ping command come to know that we have multiple domain server, we don't have one DNS server. Okay, DNS is also known as name server. We have, we don't have one DNS server, we have multiple domain DNS server. So how ping command come to know from which DNS server you have to connect and get the data? Okay, if you use ifconfig command, in ifconfig command, we have one more command, nslookup. Using this command, you can check the DNS of any, you can check the IP address of any DNS. If you use google.com, so here you can see, you use nslookup command to get the DNS name. If you using your IP address, if from this computer, okay, if you are going to the DNS database server and fetching the IP address, okay, this concept is known as lookup. We are looking up to the DNS server databases. Okay, so that's why we have nslookup command. We can pass the DNS google.com. Then here you can see it will show you the IP address. But what is meant by non-authority answer? In nslookup command, if you check, if you show the, if you interpreter ask you how to check the IP address of any DNS name, so it will, you will run the nslookup command, then it will show the name, then it will show the address, the IP address, the subnet, what is network address. But if you ask you what is the authoritative, what is mean by it non-authoritative? What's it coming non-authoritative? Okay, anybody know what is it mean by non-authoritative for online? नो एक्सेस तो हो गया ना, एक्सेस हुआ है तभी तो आईपी एड्रेस मिला है. इफ यू, अगर हम आईपी एड्रेस कॉपी करेंगे, ओके, एक्सेस तो हो रहा है. व्हाट इज मीन बाय नॉन अथॉरिटी? एग्जैक्ट मीनिंग. So let's explain. When we are using the DNS, okay, so we don't have a single DNS server like I explained you. So we have one main DNS server. Okay, we are done with authority but not authority. No, no, no. Yes, not this. IP address. No, it's not about IPv6. Okay. So when you are using the DNS, okay, when we look up to the DNS, in our system, if we check ifconfig command, we have one option, I think /all. No, all. Let me check the help. Ipconfig, sorry, it's not ifconfig. Ipconfig all. We have all option here. You can check /all. So here it will show the all information about your network setting. So if you check here, we have DHCP server, we have default gateway, but here you can also see the information about DNS server. Okay. No other, it is a DNS resolver, which, yes, Archit, you are right. Okay, so here we have DNS server. Where is this? Okay, here we have DNS server. Okay, by default we have multiple thousands of DNS server available. We have 1 million plus domain. So we have 1 million DNS server available. So how our computer come to know which to connect with which DNS server? Okay, so we have one by default DNS server is set up. Okay, so if you are using the, if this is our client, okay, when client hit to the DNS server from this IP, if you hit the www.google.com and they go to this server and they check the IP, DNS record, if they found the DNS record, they check the IP address and they send the IP address back, then we connect to the IP address. Okay, if you use ping command, you can see firstly www.google.com. You can see, you can always first connect it to the IP address. They are always do lookup behind the scene and they always connect to the IP address, and you can see in the first pinging they will show the google.com, then it will show the IP address. Okay, and what is meant by TTL time? We are gonna also see what is meant by TTL time. Okay, so when we client connect to the DNS server, okay, if DNS server don't found any record, the DNS server have also set the other DNS server name. So if they don't found the record, they what they do? They go to the other DNS server, take the record from that DNS server. Then after they find that record that in the DNS server, like we have www.google.com record available, they take that record, take the IP address, come back again, then they send the information to our client. So if we are using this concept, so it means the DNS server which you are connected is not authenticated, means the server here is, they are taking the record from somewhere else, non-authoritative server. There are root server, then we have .com subdomain servers, then we have org server. These are known as authoritative servers. Okay, but there are more DNS server. If the main server taking the record from other non-authoritative server, then if you check in nslookup command www.google.com, you will see the nslookup. Non-authoritative answer. Okay, this concept is also known as relay. I think relay in DNS. Okay, what is DNS relay? When router DNS relay is enabled on a router, the client on your network that receives the IP setting from router TCP. I think they are explaining something else, but this is more working like a relay, something like that. Okay, and if you know, when you
So when you check the DNS record from authoritative server, so what authoritative server do? They, if you know about cache, so authoritative store the cache of your information. Like if authoritative server fetch the information from non-authoritative server, so it will first store that information cache for 1 minute, because they know the client, if you are hitting the google.com, if you are again hitting the 1 minute, then it if you are again gonna hit in 1 minute, so by default the time is 1 minute. They store the information cache server for 1 minute. Okay, so if you uh, if you again check the DNS record, so they will not go again to the non-authority server. They store the cache for some time. The by default time is 1 minute. Okay, so these are the cache DNS, something concept is known as, and by default our router also has a DNS server. If you know about, our router also has a inbuilt DNS server, so they check it. And if our, now we are using the DNS server, this 192.168.1.1, but what if our DNS server goes down? Okay, so they are gonna ask this question. So what if our DNS server goes down? So we have the by default DNS server is 192.168.1.1, but we have already more server configured in our system. They will shift the traffic to the another DNS server. Okay, so that's it for DNS. Anyone have any doubt? For online guys, anyone have any doubt? Okay, so let's move to the next part. In interview, they are gonna ask you what is W command. Okay, anyone have any idea what is W command? Nice, Archit. So W command show the information about users, from which system is user login, what, how much CPU they are using, current login user. Yes, Kamlesh, they show the information about current users login. Like some user login from SSH server, so they also show the information about their, which, how much CPU they are using, which command they are running. Okay, so in W command, we have one user field, then we have TTY field, then we have login field, then you have idle field, then we have JCPU, then we have pCPU, and then we have what field. Means which command they are running currently. If you know about, if you check, like I am login with root user, this is my username, I am using SSH. So they will also show you, if you let me first explain you. So they show the username first. I am login with using SSH, so I am login with root user, And they also show you, like I explained you some days ago, TTY terminal. So they also show you from which terminal they log in. If I use TTY command, you see the same terminal name. Okay, then we have login time, at which time the user login. Then we have idle time, means how much time it will the CPU is idle, means the user is not doing any activity. Then we have JCPU. We are gonna discuss this after 2 minutes. Then we have PCPU. Then we have what? I run W command, so you can see in what we have W command. Okay, now and if your user login from local system, I am using SSS now. They'll also show you IP address. You can check the help of W command. They also show you from which system they log in, so they also show the IP address. Okay, but if you check here, now I have in my local system I have root user login. Okay, if you're login in local system, so they show you in this format seed 0, means they show you 0, means the system is login from local system. They also show you, if you check W command help, we have, I think we would username, then we have multiple option there. W hyphen H option is for header, I think. You can check here from show remote host field. Okay, hyphen F. Okay, so you can also see the, if user login from localhost, so they show the login. Okay, and if from localhost, but if you know, we can change the you can use alt control and F3 and F2 to switch the multi-user. So they show you the second user login from TTY2. Okay, and the last command, which command they use. So I am logging from messages. They show you my IP address. Okay, and they show you at which time I log in. Then they show you JCPU, PCPU, and I run W root hyphen F command. Okay, now let's explain about JCPU and PCPU. They are gonna ask you about what is mean by JCPU and PCPU. Okay, so understand this concept very carefully. This is very important concept. Okay, now when you come to class, you sit on text. Okay, when you come to the class, okay, if you're doing math work for 5 minutes, then science work for 10 minutes. Okay, so the total time we do the work, it's 15 minutes. So here the JCPU means the total time they use from login, from at which time they log in till the time how much CPU time they use. When you come to the DEX, you do all the things, like you can think this math work is equals to Python, this science work is equal to some vim command. So we use 5 minutes we use 5 milliseconds to run the Python program in CPU, and then we use vim command, we use 10 milliseconds. So they calculate the total time of the process, how much total time it will take the in process. Okay, so this is known as JCPU. Okay, total time means from the user login till now. Okay, इसमें किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम है एक बार फिर से पूछ लो, क्योंकि ये सवाल बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. If anyone have any doubt, please ask me. Online learner also, please ask if anyone have any doubt here. Okay, then you have PCPU. What is meant by PCPU? So when we run any command, like I use vim command. Okay, I use vim command. Okay, so it will show the time, how much CPU time vim command takes. Means the last process CPU time. Okay, or running process CPU time on foreground. Means those are processes are running on background, like if you know system D, init, they don't calculate the CPU time of that process. Okay, they'll only calculate the process time which we are using currently. Okay, if you are like I do one thing, let me another terminal here. Let me take the SSH CMD SSH root @Red Hat. Okay, now let me do one thing. Do here. Okay, now I have the user login facility. Let me use clear command and here. If you now use W command, you can see JCPU time, PCPU time is 0.4 second. Okay, last command I run is W, but I want to check from this is which system you have check the TTY. So this is TTY PTS1. If you check, okay, TTS. Okay, so if I want to see the information about this in root user, so let me do one thing, root login. So you can check the last command I run is bash. I take the bash terminal and total JCPU time I use is 1.35 second. Means it store the information like when I log into that terminal, specific terminal, till now how much CPU time I use. Okay, and in PCPU you will now see the same time. But if I use vim command and if I open any file pass wd, and now if you check w command, you can see how much time my CPU take now taking to the run the vim command is. You can see 0.9 seconds. If you 0.9 seconds. Okay, this is time for my vim command now. Okay, anyone have any doubt? uh Archit, you don't show the daemon. Okay, PCPU again. Okay, now let me explain the PCPU. PCPU Aman means the how much CPU time are using to run the my current process. Like I am using the vim command now, so it will tell the how much CPU PCPU time I am taking to run the vim command. Again JCPU Devahar. So JCPU means till the time I log in. So till now, how much CPU time I use? So if you see in W command, it will firstly something like take 1.35. But when I run the VM command, they add the extra time, and you can see now 1.45 seconds. Okay, please tell one more example of ideal. Ideal, you can think like how can I explain you ideal? Yes, I will explain you the ideal field in some time. Okay, we have one more command like loginctl you can use. So let me show you the first command, then you understand the meaning of. Yes, PCPU means time to run the new command which are running currently. One, Aman. Okay, Aman, I think you understand now what is meant by PCPU and JCPU. Okay. So like W command, we have one more advanced command than W. This is login CTL. it will show the information about same information about from which TTY they log in, from seat, user, UID, then sessions. Okay, this is most advanced command for managing the sessions of user. If you know about, I'm login with this is my another SSH terminal. This is my another SSH terminal. Okay, but they are the different sessions. This is one terminal known as one first session. This is second terminal known as third session. If you check, you can see the three session listed. Okay, if you want to see the information about particular sessions, so what you can do, if I check what is the TTY PTS1. So if you want to check, this is my TT1 PTS1. So if you want to check the, this is my session 4. So if you want to check the information about particular session, so that you want to log in CTL. So what you can do, login CTL, show sessions and session ID. So it will show you the all information about that particular sessions. You can manage the RAM, CPU, how much command they can run. You can see ideal didn't know. You can also use the audit command. You can manage. This is the session, so you can manage these sessions from this is scope. Okay, so you can also manage this session and scope from systemctl command. Systemctl status. If I check, if I page this sessions for, you can also use the systemctl command to manage these sessions. Okay, if you want to edit the session, so you can use systemctl edit. So you can see here the all information about sessions, how much slicing about. You can also pass slicing. If you know about task max, you can pass how much task they can run from that session. If I there you can see it's infinity now and it's commented. If I uncomment this and change the information, so you can see in from this session I can able to run only that much command that are written in the sessions. Okay, so this is the basic information you need to know. We have also login CTL. You can check login CTL. We have much more option. You can check via list session option. We can also yes, if you want to stop the session, I want to stop this particular session, you can also hibernate this session or stop this session. You can also pause this session. Okay, means for some time user are not able to run any command. Like we use control Z option to stop the process. Same way, you can also hibernate this session, pause this session. If you know, you can check the login CTL. In this session log, we can log option. If you use log sessions, you have press Q. Then if I use log session and then I want to log the session 4, too many arguments. Login CTL log sessions. Let me check the screen log unlock log ID. So login CTL, I want to log the session 4. So what is the UID? What is not? Screen unlock on over session, activate source sessions ID. You can check there is what is log session ID, screen log, one or more sessions. This is Ruby script. Archit, you can check the manual from which like wcommand I think is open source. You can check the code and check the information from which file they are getting the information. Okay, so you can check the option here how to kill the session. If you want to kill the session, we can we also have one way. What we can do, so if you want to kill the any particular session, so let me do one thing. Login list session. I want to check the status session 4. If now you can see I am logging with this session, you can see I am able to run the commands. But as soon I go in this terminal and I can use stop. You can see remote collection close to remote host. Means I stop the session and the client is now not able to connect. I can create the more sessions if I want to create. So you can see I can log in again. If you see the login CTL command, you can see, but the session ID is different. So if you want to block the particular IP, you can also do that. Anyone have any doubt till here? Then we are going to discuss about sticky bits and permission. You must. Sorry, you can check the syntax of login CTL command if you want to log the session. You can check which syntax they support. I think they're not getting the ID or this is the Windows. No, this is not. Okay, you can try with login with Git Bash. I think the Windows terminal don't support the syntax here of some time of Linux. Maybe you are in PTS1 and trying to log the session with login CTL command. No, I am not in PTS1. I am in TTY2. My terminal ID you can check. My terminal ID is TTY2, PTS2, and I am trying to log in the session 8, but it's SSH. Yes, Kamlesh, we always use the SSH protocol to give the access. We don't directly use the access using the localhost. We always use the AWS cloud computer or cloud computing. So we need to manage this session. Okay, but like if you know in it, so things is related to the Windows now. Yes, but you can check the syntax of login command. I think this use some login help command. They support the, you can check the example. Let me check. Login CTL log listen command example. You can check how to pass the list session UID login session. We are passing the ID, but it's not. Let me check terminate session. Login CTL log sessions. 2-3 बार रन कर लिया, नहीं हो रहा है। मैं चेक नहीं किया था ना कैसे करता है लॉक सेशंस। लीग सेशन ऑथेंटिकेट फॉर ऑथेंटिकेशन login CTL log sessions. Can I do log session? You can check the manual, okay, of the command. Okay, so now we have 15 minutes of practice time. Then we are going to continue with sticky bits, UMass, and all the other partition types. Okay. Till the time anyone have any question, you can ask in the chat box. If log files, so you can check the log files there. You can check the /var/system logs of system, so you'll see the from which IP address they run which command. Okay, or we have one tool of auditctl. If you know about audit command, so we in Linux we have audit command. You can create some logs using the audit command also. You have auditctl command. You can install the audit d tool. Like what they are doing in the terminal. You can see the history, but if you want to see the what exactly they are currently doing, uh, so I I think we have some ways, but I'm not able to remember it. But what we can do, we can record the screen. Okay, we have tlog command. I think tlog or trecord command. We can use that command to let me check tlog. We can use the tlog command to record the screen. I think tlog command. Yes, tlog hyphen record option to we can use tlog to record the screen, and we can. I'm not sharing subject. I'm not sharing the screen. I'm just explaining you. We can use tlog hyphen record command to record the terminal, and we can record the sessions also. And when the recording is complete, we store the recording in one file, and we can use tlog play record command, something like that, and then we can keystroke. Yes, like is same like when let me show you one demo. Okay, so if you know, we can have tlog hyphen record command. You can install it. Like show you, I want to see. So we have tlog hyphen record command. Okay, command not found. You can install the command using the software tlog hyphen record. You can install the tlog package, then it will give you the tlog command. Okay, Now you can check tlog hyphen record. Okay, in tlog hyphen record, we have option. Let me use t. Okay, you can use keystroke. We can try with. You can do in this way. Okay, just check the help of tlog command. It will allow you to the record the screens. You can use tlog record. Check the help. So hyphen o output of output file. So if we use tlog hyphen record hyphen o, then the output I want to store in my record dot file. Okay, now recording start. If I use ls, okay, I am doing date, then I am doing ls ll. So if you want to stop the recording, then you use exit command, and you can check we have file created with my record dot file. If you want to play the recording, then we have tlog hyphen record hyphen hyphen. Let me check the hell. Tlog record session. Let me check the tlog hyphen record sessions command help. Command interactive configuration record sessions option command file. So we can try with passing the my record file. Your session is being recorded. You can check the options. I don't remember the options till now. It's very long time I using this command. It's more than 2 years. No, it's installed properly. Okay, the my system is showing the error. I know you can see the error in my installation time, but it's installed properly. I know. I'm getting some error because of my yum repo. I'm using the yum repo of some configuring the yum repo of some Docker and Apple and using some Red Hat repo configure manually. So I think the error in this files. Okay, it's not there. You can install. We have tlog hyphen play command. I think we tlog hyphen play command. Yes, yes. We have tlog hyphen play command, and we can pass the file reader. We can pass hyphen input file path hyphen I option, and then give my record. Uh, Match the file path record of file from. I am in wrong directory. cd slash root ls. I have tlog hyphen hyphen play hyphen I, and I pass the my recording file. Okay, now you can see I am not touching the keyboard, but my recording is playing. Just I take 1 second to run the ls command, so it will automatically take that much time and play the recording. Then I use exit command, then the recording stop. You can and you can also share this file with your team. So if you know about scp command, so you can use scp command or any other tool, FileZilla or any other tool, and you can share this file. And you can also use tlog hyphen play command to run this file in another system. Inode about, if you want to check the inode, if we I want to check the inode number of this file. So in ls hyphen el count, you have one option. I think ls hyphen capital Z, it will show the SE Linux, but we have, I think, yes. Let me check there. So if you want to check the information about inode, hyphen I. So it will show the information number of inode. Okay, this is the inode, which is the inode ID. You can check. Okay, so I think the practice is done. block, then inode, then device, then links, then access. We have don't set sticky bit. We have read write permission for root. We have 0 0 permission for group and other. Then we show the UID of group, which the owner file UID, then group ID. Then we can see the access, modified, change, but lot of information you can see the with the state command. Okay, and you can also see the context of AC Linux. Okay, if somehow if you are facing the issue, somehow if we get the error, okay, that our file is deleted, if we delete the file, like my system size is 1 GB, okay, but if you delete the 1 GB file, but you can see sometimes the our system show 1 GB is full, sometimes we get this error. Okay, so that means our file is deleted from the our system. It actually is not deleted, it just remove the entry of your inode table. So if you want to fix the inode table, if you want to sync the inode table, then we have sync command. You can use the sync command to sync the inode table entries. Okay, Satvik, I think is clear now. Or you, if you want to know the information about more about inode, then I will explain you so after some time what is inode, what is the use, what is inode table. Devang, tlog command and tscript command, they are same thing, but I think in tscript command we have some more option. You can check TypeScript command. TypeScript I am not installed. Let me install it. Yeah. I think you get the, you can check the difference on Google. Okay, but let me first you. We have one more command like tlog command TypeScript. Using the TypeScript command, you can also record the screen. Okay. TypeScript, it is a package name, and the command to run the TypeScript package is script command. You can use script command, then you can see the file which we are using, script.txt.log. Where is testing.py? You can see the file script output log file is in TypeScript. Where is TypeScript? You can use exit command, ls-l type script, okay, cat TypeScript, script started, script play option. I think we have script, script, script started. You can check the option. Okay, so let's move to the next point. We are going to discuss about प्रैक्टिस के लिए टाइम चाहिए या करना है कंटिन्यू. Guys, just wait for 2 minutes. We are going to start in just next 2 minutes. While data recovery, we cover the inode table. Where is the metadata stored in inode? Any tool for scripting, like what is what is the requirement, Ramya? You want means tool for scripting, or what is, if you want to automation tools? Are you talking about automation tools? So for automation, we have Ansible. We can use the Ansible tool. We have Puppet. We have Shape. I think also we can use those tools to automate. Okay, and in that tool we don't need the operating system knowledge. Okay, like if you want to configure the web server, so in scripting we need to know the commands like yum install httpd then hyphen y. But in Ansible, if you know about Ansible, we don't need to remember the commands. They have their own syntax. You can just tell the package name which we want to install. They in behind they run the command related to that particular operating system. If you are using Ubuntu, then you have apt get install Apache command. If you are using RHEL9, then you have yum install httpd command. But if you use Ansible, if you create the script, if you use the shell scripting, that same script will not work in Ubuntu. But if you create the script in if you in Ansible, the script is known as inventory file. Sorry, inventory. It's known as playbook. If you play the script is in Ansible is known as playbook. If you create the playbook in Ansible, the same playbook you can apply on Red Hat, you can apply on Ubuntu, you can apply on any Kali Linux, any other Linux also. Okay, that's the difference between scripting and automation tools. Okay, where is while data recovery we recover the data I not able, where is the metadata I not store? Okay, uh the disk I not able storing disk and the NG max. So like if I Satvik inode data is mostly stored in the, I think in, like we in partition we have one EMBR partition, GPT partition. So we same like we have inode table also. There we store the data. We don't store in the file directly. Any files they are stored in the partitions. Okay. Is there a way to see the inode table log? Kunal, we are going to discuss about ASL permission. Okay, just wait. Yes, we can use the updix also, or we have part probe command. I think part probe command. I think we can use also use the part probe command to create the partition, or we have make your part. You can check the part probe. You have parted command also. Yes, you can use parted command also. I think part probe command you use to format the partition. You can also use the, if we want to create the partition, you can use fdix -l command to list all the disks. Then if you want to create the partition in disk2, then we can copy fdix, then paste the name of the partition. It will open the fdix command. Okay, so if you want to create the partition, we have lots of options, but if you want to check the help, press yum, so it will show the all available option. If you want to delete a partition, you use d command, then partition id. You can I think you can p option to print the partition. Okay, so if you use p, so you can see in my disk how many partition I have. Okay, guys, always also try to some learn about something about MBR and GPT table. We have GPT table, and if you have master boot record, then if you have GPT, what is mean by full form? I don't remember it. We can check the GPT table also. Okay, what is mean by GPT table? GPT table. Okay, GUID partition table. There are difference between them. So which table is good when we use MBR master boot record, when we use GUID partition table? Status command. Missing block. Satvik, I don't know about this command. I will definitely go through it and tell you tomorrow what is meant by this command. Okay. Oh, Satvik, it's a pool. Like if you want to create the storage pool, if you know about what we do, we create just like LVM. We just like LVM, we combine multiple disks and, and create one VG. Same like we combine the multiple disks and create one pool. Like if we know about, I have one file which size is 4 GB. Okay, and I have two disks. The size of one disk is 2 GB and size of second disk is 2 GB. But I have file which is size in 4 GB. So how can I store the 4 GB file size in two disks? So what we do? We combine this both disks, okay, and create one pool, storage pool. Then we can able to store 4 GB file, okay, and this is file is split in half a part and store half GB, 2 GB in this file and 2 GB in this disk, okay. And same like we have video also, virtual disk optimizer. Video we can also use, okay. If you want to create the snapshot, you can also use the video concept. Video, okay, you can check getting video virtual data optimizer. We have installed Kmod. We have to install this package. Then we have video grade. We can give the logical size. In video, we don't need to give the fixed size. Like in LVM, storage pool, how it is different from LVM? Are they different? Yes, different. Because if you know about LVM, we have fixed size. Okay. In LVM, if you want to create the LVM 5 GB, you can create the 5 GB. But you need a physical device to create the 5 GB LVM. But in video, we create the logical values, mean logical size. It's not, you can, if your system has a 1 GB in size, you can also create the logical volume of 100 GB. Okay. So let's move to the next part. We are going to discuss about. So let's move to the next part. We are going to discuss about permissions. If you know about, we can use, if you want to check the permission of any specific file, we use the ls-l command, and you can check the permission of files. Like I have dix1.img file. In dix1.img file, I have permission read write for owner. Then we have read for group. Then we have read for other. Okay, that's you know. But how it's gonna define if I do one thing mkdir slash testing 1 2 3. ये बनी नहीं क्या ESTING ऐप क्यों नहीं हो रहा let me create another directory mkdir del cd okay now I have this directory in this file I don't have any file okay but when I create the file using touch command if I create test.txt file and if you check the permission of this file you can see it's read write read and read but why we get this permission why we can't get read write execute then zero then we don't have any permission so what is the how this permission gonna define why this permission always get in this way हाँ उसी को क्या बोलते हैं why we always get this permission if you create the you get the different permission for file and if you check the mkdir and if you create the folder you will get I think you will get the different permission for folder also you can see for folder we have read write execute permission read and execute permission why we get this permission जब हम कोई भी फाइल और फोल्डर बनाते हैं तो उसकी जो डिफॉल्ट परमिशन है वो हमेशा यही क्यों आती है फाइल की हमेशा यही आएंगी और जो है फोल्डर की हमेशा यही आएंगी हाँ that's the default permission okay Ashish that's the default permission but I am asking why this permission is default why I am getting only this permission can we change this yes default where is this okay default permission 644 it's a file made by root user it's a permission most secure permission is already secure permission you can yes you can change default permission because of umask this concept is known as umask you get this permission by default because of the umask yes Sumit is secure permission but my question is why we get this permission that's why I am asking so the correct answer Archit yes because of the umask so if you want to when you create any file okay if you know about yeah, if I check permissions here you can see the permission for my file is read then read means 5 what is the 6 I think what is the value of let me check permission integer okay first digit represent the owner that's not I want I don't want that yes, directory access control is yes this is known as DAC and there is one more access the mac mandatory access control we can read 4 yes read 4 then so if you check we have read 4 then so what is mean so when you create any file You can see we always get the read write, and we present this. We also use integer to represent this permission. So for read we use 4, for write we use 2, and for execute we use 1. Okay, so if you check to check the umask, how umask is defined. So you have umask command. You can check the umask. Now my by default umask is 0022. Okay, so how umask work? If I explain you, if you check my umask is 0022. Okay, and you want to check Z777. So our permission is 777. So let me use 607. I think they minus 2 from. Okay, okay, right. They minus 2. So the 6. Let me check. I don't getting right. So, but they use UMask and they do one thing. They what they do, they subtract this from minus 2. Okay, something like that. They, if you want to change the umask, how umask work. Okay, you can see permission you, how does it work. So they do minus operation. They, if you check here, you must touch file. I don't want this. I just want to check the umask, how umask work. I think the nano grid file dot 777. If you want to check the, let me I will explain you how you must work, what calculation they do to make this permission in umask. Okay, but if I change my umask, now I setting my umask 777. If I change my umask, if you press enter, I think we can also add them for permission. Okay, now I change my umask. Now if you check my umask, it's 0777. Okay, if I create new file 1.txt, now check the permission of this file. What you will get? Nothing. Okay, you don't get any permission. I think they work on both file also and directory also. If I create the directory one, okay, they work on both. Okay, you can see the permission of for my directory is also 000. Okay, they work on both file also and directory also. Okay, if I change my umask to 666, so you can see the permission. So if I create touch new, so you can see the permission for my new file is also 00. You can do one thing. Let me change my umax to 444. Okay, now you can see yellow option. And if I create touch new one, so the permission for my new one is only write. Okay, I will explain you how UMass work, but let me do one thing, how to reset UMass. Let me do one thing. Let me first explain you the permission. Okay, so you know about permission. Let me explain you about sticky bit. How many of you know about sticky bit and sticky UID and sticky GID? What is sticky UID and what is the sticky GUID? किसी को पता है? Sticky bit. Okay, so let me explain you. You must separate this value from the full permission, and then whatever permission is generated after. I know they are separate from -2, but from which value they separate? Can you please confirm? From they separate from -7. They use 777, I think. 777, or avoid deleting the files. Yes, Kunal. Satvik, you're right. Okay, Archit, can you please confirm? They use 777 or they use 666 to subtract? I know they subtract from -2. 777, na? Yes, sir. Okay, default permission 777. 777, okay. Full permission? They subtract from. Okay, they if your umask is now, if I check my umask, if I check my umask and if I do one thing, my umask is now 0 days for the sorry. Okay, if my umask is now 444, so if I 444, so the default full permission permission. We will discuss about UMass. They are not gonna ask in this much detail, but I'm just gonna tell you why we get the default permission in this way. Okay, you can check the Google and you will learn more things about UMass. That's not necessary now. Now we are gonna learn about sticky bit. Okay, permanent के लिए bash में yeah, if you want to make the umask permanent, what we do, if we use umask command and change the umask here, but if you reboot the system, the by default umask will be automatically come. So what we can do, we can check the bash rc file. Here we have dot bash rc file. Here we have, if you want to make your umask permanent, here we have dot bash rc file, dot bash rc, and you can create the entry here. Means when you launch the shell, bash shell, which command by default you want to run as soon as your shell launch. Okay, so if you want to run you can also create the alias here. Okay, so if you want to, so what you do, if you want to make the umask entry permanent, so you can run the umask command, umask, and then give the calculation whichever umask you want to set, and save this file. So in here we launch the bash. So the umask you set in the bash rc file, it will automatically set. Okay, so you don't need to change the umask again and again. Okay, and you want to, you can also create the alias of the command. Okay, so when you use the rm command, the internal command by default they run is rm hyphen I. Okay, you want to create the alias, like I want to create the lw, and when I run the lw alias, I want to run the ls command. Okay, if I save this, when I run the lw command, I think we have one command called reset. If I run lw now, we have load bash, we have to load the bash rc file. How we load? Can you please tell me how we load the bash rc file? Source, we can use source command, and we can bash rc source. We have source command, yes, urc. We can use source command. If I use lw command, you can see the configuration we save in the bash rc file, it will load here. So we can use we can also use lw command, and we can also use ls command. Okay, so alias means nickname. If you want to create the, we have some big commands, like the big command, if you want to create the short form of them big command. Okay, so like we have linux world, but what we call lw, we create the short form. So if you want to create the short form of big commands, you can use alias here. Or you don't want to use, like when you use rm command, by default you always want to always use the hyphen I option. By default it always take the hyphen I option, but we don't give, because we created the when we installing the rhl9 system automatically created the alias for rm command. It will automatically run the hyphen I option. Okay, so we are discussing about permissions. So when we if you are mkdir, let me change the, what is my umask, current umask now 0444. Let me do one thing, let me just reboot my system, so my default umask will be automatically. Till the time anyone have any doubt, you can ask me. Remember one thing, if you want to run any command at when you launch the bash shell, so we we store that command in bash rc file. Okay, but if you want to run any command at a boot time when system start, then we have different file for this. Okay, you can check what can we verify the UMAX for different user. What is meant by different user? In UMAS, if you know about UMAS, when you define the UMAS, okay, if you check my by default UMAS is 000, means what? This is the first for sticky bit. Okay, first for sticky bit. The second is for owner of the file who is gonna create the file. The third is group, and the fourth is order. Means when you set UMAS 0700, so what will happen? If you create the file now, touch UMAS test. Now if you check UMAS test, you can see the permission for the root user owner is nothing. If you want to give the permission, so what we do? We use chmod command, then 777. I want to give all users the same permission, then we can use entire permission. I am using read write execute for group, read write execute for other. Okay, so let's discuss about sticky bit now. Okay, so focus करो भैया अभी थोड़ा, क्योंकि sticky bit आपको पता है this is the valid for all the users. Okay, so now I set the my by default you must means sticky bit don't have 0, and 0 means the owner of the file has full permission, read write execute, and this is for group, so you can minus. So the default permission for group is 7 minus 2, 5. So read and execute, read and execute. If you create now set the default permission mkdir. If I use umas test dir, now if I check ls hyphen l umas test dir, so sorry, not k. So my default permission is you have hyphen d option if you want to check the information. Okay, so my default permission is 7777. Then you have 5. Then you have 5. What you must calculate. If you said they calculate they do minus 2 from your set permission. If I given your 0022, so what it will do, they minus, let me explain you, 0022. This is my UMAS permission. Now what will do, they will do my 77777 minus. Okay, so what will be the answer? This is 7. This will, they skip this. If you do, if you set the 0, so they will by default give the full permission. So the answer is you forget about sticky bit now. Okay, sticky bit different concept. This is for sticky bit, so the answer is 755. Okay, so means the owner of the file or directory have full access. Then the group we have read and execute access. For other we have read and execute access. Okay, if you don't want to give any permission to another user, so what you will do, you will use 77034. Okay, let me use umas 034. Okay, if I use and create the 034 test. Okay, so if I use ls hyphen l 034 test, you can see the permission read for owner we have read write, for group you have read, and for other you have write permission. Okay, I think Sumit clear now. Okay, now move forward to the sticky bit. The by default permission is 022. Okay, so I'm gonna create the different directory mkdir sticky. Okay, I have this directory. Sorry, I'm gonna create this directory don't in I'm in slash root. I'm not gonna create this in slash root. I'm gonna create in cd slash mkdir create in slash shared. Okay, already exists, so I have one directory in my slash folder. Okay, now understand this concept. If I go to slash, in slash folder I have one directory shared. Okay, let me check what data I have in this directory. I don't have any data. Let me check the permission of this. Dot dot ls hyphen eld shared. Okay, let me create a different directory. Okay, I done some practical on this directory. Okay, let me pwd. Okay, mkdir team directory. Okay, and if I go to this directory cd team, you can see I don't have any file. But why, what I want, okay, I have this directory. In this directory, I want every user has the access to, in this directory, they can create file, read file. Okay, means we have user, first user, then we have second user, then we have third user. Okay, so this all user can able to create the file in this directory, read the file. User 1 can able to read the file of user 2, user 2 can able to read the file of user 3, and user 3 can also able to read the file of all the users when they have read power. But what they can't do if I give this power? Okay, so what they do, if I give the power to read and write, so what they do normally, user come to the directory and delete the file of user 2, or user 1 come to the directory and rename the file of user 2. Okay, समझ आया किसी को यहाँ तक कोई प्रॉब्लम है? एक यूजर दूसरी की फाइल को रिमूव नहीं कर सकता, उसके पास एक्सेस है उस डायरेक्टरी। अगर आप एक्सेस फुल दे दोगे 777, वो फाइल बना सकता है, देख सकता है, पर दूसरी की फाइल को रीनेम और डिलीट नहीं कर सकता। ओके, this so to set up this we have concept called sticky bit, and if you want to set the sticky bit, then in chmod command, if you want to set the sticky bit, if I go to slash team, okay, I'm gonna create one file here. If you now check, do one thing, if you check the permission of this folder team, you can see the user is root, the group is root. Okay, and I'm gonna do one thing, I'm gonna create user add sticky one, and same like I'm gonna use user sticky 2. Okay, वो देखो कैसे सो रहा है। Okay, su hyphen sticky 1. I log in with, on one terminal I am logging with sticky 1. Who am I? I'm gonna use another terminal also. I check the IP address, and from another terminal I'm gonna log in with SSH root @192 Red Hat. Okay, and here I'm gonna log in with sticky 2. Okay, who am I? Sticky 2. Now I just log in to show you the demo how it's work. Okay, so this is the terminal where I log in with sticky 2. This is the terminal where I this is my main root user, and this is the terminal where I log in with sticky 1. Okay, They are the user. But now what I want in this directory slash team. Now if we check, if you go to the cd slash team directory, ls, I am login with sticky one user. If you try to create the file 1.txt, you can see you don't have permissions. Okay, you don't have permission to create the file. But what I do, I come to root user chmod 777/team. Full permission. Anyone can come, read, and delete file. Okay, execute any command. Now, if I come again, if I try to use touch one, if I check now, 1.txt is created. But if I check permissions, so sticky one is the owner of this file. Okay, and sticky one is a group of this file. Okay, जहां तक समझ आया? अभी same, if I log in with sticky2 user, if I go to cd slash team ls, I can create my own file 2.txt. Okay, ls file is created, but what I can do, I can delete the file of user1. user1 के सारे लॉग्स थे, उसने सारा काम करके रखा था, user2 आया, डिलीट कर दिया. Okay, to solve this challenge, we can use the sticky bit coins. Okay, so to set the sticky bit in chmod command, we can use plus and we have t option, and we can use team. If I press enter, now if you check the permission of this folder slash team, you can see we have, it's a directory. We have read write execute permission for owner, read write per execute permission for group, then we have read write execute permission for other, and here you can see t option. T, if you don't set the sticky bit, you can check here, we don't have dot, we have dot here, means we don't have sticky bit set, we have x. We don't set the sticky bit up, but if you set the sticky bit, you will get the t. Okay, so now if I come to this, is now I am with user2. Now if I try to create the file, touch, user2 deleted the file of user1. Okay, but if I create the file again, touch 1.txt, created. If I check, ls. But if I go login with user2 again, where am I user2? You can say, you can able to see the same file. But if I now try to delete, I can say I can try read it. Okay, you can say don't get any error. You can able to read, if you put any content in this file, you can able to read it. But if you try to delete, you can see operation not permitted. That's the use of sticky bit. We have in sticky bit, we have what we say, small t also. We can use small t and capital T. So the read the difference between small t and capital T. इनमें थोड़ा डिफरेंस है, एक बार रीड कर लेना. एक स्मॉल टी आता है और कैपिटल टी आता है. ओके, then we have sticky UID concept. Okay, then we have sticky GUID concept. Okay, so if I use now, I am logging with root. If I try to ls, if I go to team folder, ls, okay, root user can delete 1.txt. Root user can delete. Okay, root user can delete because root is the admin of the system. Okay, so now but if I create the file again, I am creating the file using root user. Okay, if I create touch root.txt, and if I log in with sticky2 user, if sticky2 user try to delete ls, sticky2 user can try to delete, remove -rf root.txt, operation not permitted. But they can read. If I put any content, echo root user file double append to root.txt. But if I try cat root.txt, you can see you can able to see the content. You can also, I think you can use, you can also warning can read only. You can't change the contents. Okay. So this is the concept of sticky bit. Okay, same way of sticky UID means the only owner of that file can able to delete the file. Then we have sticky UID, only the group member of that file means we have, if we check ls-l, we have the group of file 2.txt is sticky2. We can use ch own command to change the ownership or group of the file. So what we can do, we can change the group of the file, and we can add how many users can able to delete or read the file. We can add that much user in that particular group, and we can set the sticky UID concept. Sticky UID means only the user can able to delete the file. Those are group user. Only group user can delete, other user can't. Okay, so this is known as sticky UID, sticky GUID, and sticky bit. Okay, अभी इतना जल्दी से प्रैक्टिस करो, इसके बाद हमें VIM कमांड की कुछ शॉर्टकट्स देखने हैं. We need to discuss about VIM command. Check कर लो गूगल पे. If you want to set the UID, you can just simply check on the Google how to set UID in sticky bit. File permission and string UID. We can use hyphen capital D. Chmod hyphen T. Actually, UID is by default when you set the sticky bit is you for set for UID. You have to set for GUID. Let me check. Command hyphen L is sticky bit. Online, anyone have any doubt? Any questions? Hyphen D. Now sticky bit for recipes. Touch. Okay, you can set the, if you want to set the UID, so what you can do, you can use user of the file, then you can use plus option, then you use yes, sticky bit for the UID. Okay, if I check ls chmod, I want to, let me log in cd chmod u plus yes slash team. You can set the sticky bit for UID using this concept for team folder. Okay. Now, yes, we have practice time now. Practice for 5 minutes, then we continue.
O'clock we'll do for networking, more about Dockers, Docker networking. That is the plan for today evening, 7 o'clock. Till evening, okay. आप लोगों को जो पार्टीशन के टॉपिक दिए हैं वो कंप्लीट करने हैं, वो हो चुके होंगे. और टिल इवनिंग आई कीप ऑन गिविंग यू सम बेसिक नॉलेज ऑफ लिनक्स. ठीक है, तो मेरी तरफ से कुछ क्लासेस चलेगी बीच बीच में, नॉट बिगर क्लासेस फ्रॉम माय साइड ऑफ लिनक्स, ओके, जो आपको पता होनी चाहिए. और दैट्स ऑल. एंड चूंकि कल हम एंड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी आई विल कॉल यू गाइज ऑन सैटरडे संडे ऑल्सो. ऑनलाइन, जहां मैं आपको सेल्फ स्क्रिप्टिंग को आगे कवर करूंगा। ठीक है, तो मैं आज और कल सेल्फ स्क्रिप्टिंग नहीं ले रहा हूं। ओके, आई विल कॉल यू ऑन सैटरडे एंड संडे टू कंप्लीट द एंटायर सेल्फ स्क्रिप्टिंग ऑनलाइन। तो विल गिव द लिंक। ओके, तो वो वहाँ हम सेल्फ स्क्रिप्टिंग खत्म करेंगे, क्योंकि आपका ऑब्वियसली आपका इंटरव्यू मंडे से ही स्टार्ट होगा, तो वी हैव अ टाइम ऑफ सैटरडे संडे ऑल्सो। ओके, तो सेल्फ स्क्रिप्टिंग वहाँ है। लिनक्स के लिए कुछ चीजें वो बाकी थी, वो मैं आज और कल इस टाइम में कवर करूंगा। ठीक है, इवनिंग में हम लोग नेटवर्किंग सर्वर्स करेंगे और प्लस डॉकर का बाकी पार्ट हम लोग करेंगे। तो कल और परसों हम डॉकर का मिक्सम पार्ट कवर कर लेंगे और नेटवर्किंग भी कवर कर लेंगे। तो ये एक क्विक एजेंडा होगा। बीच का जो टाइम होगा आपको प्रैक्टिस करना है, या आपको जो रेज्यूमे बताया वो करना है, या बाकी चीजें करनी है जो बीच का टाइम होगा। ओके, ये आप तब कर पाओगे जब एक्टिव रहोगे यहाँ पे ऑनलाइन हमारे साथ, या ऑफलाइन यहाँ रहोगे, अदरवाइज आप कर नहीं पाएंगे। ओके, so this is a quick plan. Okay, so let me talk something guys more about some Linux thing. So right now guys, my Linux is OS is running. Is running. Okay, but let me power off this Linux operating system. So I can say power off. So this Linux is power off right now. So what happened normally guys, okay, whenever you start your operating system, and okay, so this is a bare metal. Let's say आपके पास एक OS है जो bare metal में installed है. How you start the OS? Just you click on the power button. It's called hard start or boot. Okay, so whenever you start the OS, you click on the power button. Okay, you click on the power button. This is how you start. Power on. Okay, and so when you click on the power on, there are a lot of things is happening behind the scene. And after some second, after some second, sorry, you'll get your OS booted. Means आपको एक ग्राफिक में मिलता है login screen, where you put the login and password and you log in. Okay, पर जब आपने बटन दबाया power on का, और till the time you'll get a login screen. Okay, behind the scene there's a lot of things is happening, and those things is known as boot process. The OS is booting. Okay, so when the OS is booting up, you won't see what is happening behind the scene, but there's a lot of things is happening behind the scene. That's called boot or booting process or boot process. Okay, so बहुत कुछ होता है इस booting process के अंदर. For example, when you click on the power button, your signal will go to your motherboard. There's a one chip there, one program there called BIOS. It go to BIOS. Then the OS, sorry, in the motherboard. Okay, there's one chip, and in the BIOS it is written there that if you want to boot your OS, how you're going to boot the OS from. You want to boot from the hard disk, or you want to boot from pen drive, or you want to boot from network drive, or you want to boot from boot from BCD-ROM. So you guys might know in your BIOS you can set the boot priorities. Okay, for example, right now we are running the VM in VirtualBox. Let's say there's a VM and there's a hard button. I'll power on. When I power on, until the time you get the GUI, there's a lot of things happening so boot process. Okay, but when I power on, okay, this VM or your bare metal has been attached to multiple devices. So for example, if you click on the settings, settings, if you go click on system, they say the boot order. You want to start with hard disk, optical drive, network, floppy, and many more things. In my case, the boot priority is hard disk. Okay, that means when you power on the system, your system will go to the hard disk. And the hard disk, guys, there's multiple partitions. And if you guys go through partition classes, I told you the multiple partition, primary, extended, logical. So normally it go to first partition. Or I can say in other way, I can say other way, if you go to hard disk level, so let's say this is your hard disk, okay, of let's say 100 GB in size. In hard disk, you have multiple partitions. Okay, if you talk about Windows, let's say this C drive or D drive and so on. Multiple partitions. Okay, but you guys might know in Windows, okay, your Windows has been installed in C drive. Okay, in C drive. But where the C drive located? In the hard disk. But hard disk where? What is the address? So every partition starts from some address. That is called sector number. If you guys go through my video, I talk about sector number there. You can sector number like more like address. So let's say this is a big hard disk, and in the hard disk we have a lot of small area segment. That's called sector. And one sector size is mostly 512 bytes. Okay, so this is a one sector, second, third, fourth, and so on. And so on. Okay, so when you install Windows or any operating system, they always install in the partition. Where this partition located, they have some sector number. Let's say sector number is 100, or you can say this is address. Okay, so in the hard disk, when you install operating system, it is compulsory for installing any operating system, you have to create a partition. Without partition, your operating system won't install. Example, if you want to install Linux, then you have to first create a partition known as /partition. If you install Windows, you have to create a partition known as C drive partition. Without partition, OS won't install. But partition is to create in the hard disk, and hard disk there will be somewhere, and the somewhere is called address, and this address is called sector number. Okay, so if you want to start the Windows, so if you does not know the sector number, okay, how can you reach there? Then how can you boot the Windows? How can you start the Windows? Because there will be multiple partitions in the Windows, right? Maybe C drive, D drive. But my D drive does not have the Windows. It is there in the C drive. So where is the C drive? We don't know. Okay, so for this, in your hard disk, okay, this special sector, okay, special sector, this is 0 sector, the first sector. First sector of the hard disk called MBR, Master Boot Recorder. Okay, so in every hard disk, the first sector of the hard disk, the first area of the hard disk, the 0 sector, is known as MBR, Master Boot Recorder. What they record? They record the information. What information? That does in my hard disk, we have any partition installed with any OS. This possibility no. For example, you have pen drive. Pen drive आपका OS नहीं होता है. और pen drive में partition भी होते हैं और pen drive में MBR भी होता है. कुछ hard disk ऐसी होंगी जहाँ पे partitions होंगे, OS नहीं होगा. तो वहाँ का MBR empty होगा. Or that hard disk, where in that hard disk, if you have the OS installed, in this case, MBR has created a record. What record? In this hard disk, we have the OS installed in some partition. And where the partition is? In some address. What address? This is called sector number. Who record this? MBR. MBR record this. MBR is just a concept name, guys. To maintain the MBR, we have to buy some kind of software. And the software name who is maintaining and updating the MBR record, in Red Hat, those software is known as Grub. GRUB. So Grub is a software, is a program who update the MBR. Okay, it means whenever you install Red Hat, Linux, they install the Grub, and Grub is the one who go to MBR, this area, and say, hey, I am Linux, I installed in some sector number, let's say 10,000. I'm Linux, my main drive in Linux, in Windows C drive, main drive Linux is /drive. And if you does not know where /drive is, you won't able to boot the Linux or start the Linux. So this 10,000 sector number or address, you have to update in the MBR as a database, as a record. But who update this record? Grub software. Where? MBR. MBR is just a name. Name of a sector is MBR. Okay. So what happened? whenever you go to power on your system, you always go to BIOS at the motherboard. In the BIOS, we have the priority. Let's say the priority is priority is hard disk. It means your signal will go to hard disk. And in the hard disk, guys, you always go to MBR. MBR means the first sector, the 0 sector of the hard disk. Where what they do? They run a program called grub program. Grub program. And what grub give you? Grub will give you the information. So in this OS, so in this hard disk, how many OS we installed? Because in one hard disk, you can install multiple OS. You can run only one, but install multiple. So in this OS, how many OS installed and where they installed? Which partition they installed, which sector number they installed. So grub will give this information. That is a reason whenever you boot your OS, you might have noticed, let me boot the OS. Okay. When you boot the OS, the powering of the OS or the VM in my case, okay, it is a little slow here. You can see when my OS is booting up, see here, this is the BIOS, they're going to BIOS, and this is what? See here? Read the line at the top, grub. Right? So first thing always a grub. And grub is a program stored where? In the MBR. अभी तक इसको ये नहीं पता कि आगे क्या आने वाला है, लिनक्स आने वाला है कि विंडोज आने वाला है. ठीक है, तो ये भी हो सकता था इसके सिस्टम में अंदर विंडोज भी होता, तो अब दिखता विंडोज लिखा हुआ. ओके, तो ये भी हो सकता था कि आपको विंडोज चालू करना है कि रेड चालू करना है. तो एक हार्ड डिस्क में 2 स्टोर कर सकते हो आप लोग, उसको तो ड्यूल बूटिंग. तो ग्रब दिखाएगा आपको 2 ऑप्शन, विंडोज करना है कि रेड करना है कि यूबुंटू करना है कि फेडोरा करना है. Okay, but when I click on the Red Hat here, enter. Okay, so now when I click on the Red Hat, so grub say now I know. Okay, when you click on the Red Hat, I know sector number 100, let's say 10,000. I know sector 10,000. I'm just giving a random number. We have Linux slash drive installed, slash the main parts in Linux where Linux installed. So I'll take you there. And from here, from there, I start the Linux. So when I hit enter, this menu, enter. Now here, now they are moving to the partition, and now they start loading, booting Linux. Okay, so this is the initial process. But after this, when you click on the Linux, they go to this partition physically at the hard disk and say, hey, Linux, I want to install, I want to start you. How to start? Okay, how to start? To start anything, guys, to start anything, okay, we need something who help us to start. Help us to start. Okay, so here there is a one special program given by the Linux or Red Hat that help us to do initial start or initial boot of the OS. Because you guys know, without process nothing will happen. The process will run after OS start. पर अभी तो OS चालू ही नहीं हुआ है. OS कैसे करेंगे? और process नहीं हुआ तो आगे कुछ करूँगा कैसे? So without process nothing gonna happen. But a process will run only OS start. Again, for start we need a process. Again, it's kind of chicken and egg problem. So for this purpose, okay, what grub has given you, what Linux has given you, main drive or slash drive, they given you some initial program known as initrd. Initrd is a program, a special program. Okay, this program you can think it is like a teeny, very small Linux OS. A teeny OS. Okay, so your grub will take you Linux slash and slash. There is some special file. They take you there and say when you when you want to start the OS. Okay, without OS, none of the process will start. So we'll give you preset OS, small OS, just to quick start. It's like kick. आप करते हो बाइक में किक करते हो, फिर तो सब कुछ चलता है अपना. वो इनिशियल जो किक चाहिए ना आपको स्टार्ट करने के लिए, ओके, वो कौन देगा आपको? इनिट्रd, इनिशियल रैम टेस्ट. You initiate the basic OS. So they feel कि एक OS चल रहा है और आपका रियल OS नहीं होगा, वो जस्ट स्टार्ट करने। तो इनिट का प्रोग्राम होता है आपके सिस्टम में, बताऊंगा कहाँ होता। It will start, and after init start, then from onward your main Red Hat OS will gonna start. And guys, you know, if you want to do anything in the OS, is a process. But you guys also might know one process start by other process. For example, when I go to command line, we have bash. Bash is a process. And from the command line, when let's say I start Firefox, so Firefox is the one who start by bash. So Firefox is a process, but the parent of Firefox is bash. So everyone has a parent. It's like hierarchy of the family tree. So process always start as a tree. Okay, so when I have Firefox, I start by bash. But I have bash, I start by graphical. I have a graphical, start by someone else. It's always like a tree. But the first process that start everything is called root process or grandparent process. And that process, that is a root process, grandparent process, is known as init. So init is the first process of the grandparent process, who start all other processes. Okay, but now from some version of Red Hat, init name will be changed to a different name. It's called systemd. Okay, so I think from Red Hat 7 onward, your main current process is now known as systemd. Previously it was init, but till date we use the word init only. So when I say init, we mean to say systemd. It's just a name. It's the first process. But for the process, what we need OS? OS तो अभी है ही नहीं, तो इस प्रोसेस कौन करेगा? इनिट। मतलब मेरा काम क्या है? तुझे चालू करना फर्स्ट प्रोसेस, आगे उसको हैंडल करना। So init will start systemd for init process, the first process, root process. Then having ID, I think 0, 1, whatever number will be. Okay, and systemd is the one who start all other processes. Okay, they start databases if you have, web server if you have. They start graphical process, command line, they launch bash, whatever they do, everything under systemd only. One by one they launch one after another. Okay, that is guys, when you boot, you can see there's a lot of things happening behind this. Because init ID is loading, then they start a systemd is starting other processes, and a lot of other processes start. That is the reason this graphical gonna come up. Okay, this graphical gonna come up. Now if you go to my this system, you can see all those things there. But there will be many more things happening, guys. I'm just giving you some high level terminology, but there will be many more things happening behind the scene when you start the OS. I'll give you some more information. Okay, why this topic is important? Because sometime interview ask the boot process. Tell me boot process of Linux. What is happening? So you can say from boot, so from BIOS, you go to MBR, there's grub, they load the grub will take you the main parts of Linux, they go /drive, and /drive, they will find the init program, they load the init program is initial RAM disk, that will load the first process of the system called systemd. Again, between init there's one more thing is happening, I'll tell you in a minute. but okay, before this, okay, there's a one guy's special partition in Linux. Df is a command. If you go to my video, you might seen df command is a command to check how many partitions you have. So we have one partition, this is called main partition, that's called slash. In my case, this partition is created LVM. If you go to LVM classes, this is LVM. But it's a partition, it's a slash. But there's one more partition, guys, mostly you have. This is called boot partition. Boot partition. So mostly in the hard disk, the first partition is always boot. So you can say your hard disk name is HDA. But one is your first partition. First partition is always /boot. Okay, and if you go to this partition nothing is a folder. You can find here this program. init. Okay, in some version it's called init, in some version it's called init-rmfs. Okay, so this is a program. It's an image. It's like a teeny Linux. Teeny Linux. They load. Okay, but who load this program? Who load this program? Grub. But how we know this program located here and this is the program we do load? Okay, so we have a config file of the grub. So if you go to this folder, okay, in this folder we have a file called grub.cfg. In this grub.cfg there is some kind of scripting written, and a script it is written somewhere. It is written somewhere. If you read the script, somewhere that when you grub will start, okay, grub will go to this file. And in this file, it is written somewhere that we will load some RAMFS program. So if you just go somewhere, you can find in it RAMFS. So there are many more files also linked FS. But this is a file. That's what you should know right now. So what I can tell you here is when the grub start, okay, they will read this file. That's called grub.cfg or grub conf also sometime, and this file will tell you where this program located. Then this program start. Okay, program start. But what does this program do? Okay, they start the first process. So right now, if you see, there's a command called top command, you know, or ps command, you know. In the ps command, if you go up, you will see the first process that is running, that's top grant process having the ID 1 is the first process. This is the one, because of this entire overstart, is called system D. Let me run again. And guys, when you command give you more big output, you can use pipe slash to see the output from the starting. So system D. Okay. So there's a first process. Even though guys, there's one more command in it's called ps tree. It will show you the tree who started what. Okay. So you can see somewhere here that this is the one process start by, let's say this is one process start by this process start by this process in system D. Okay, and everything is started by what? System D or init also. You can use init. In older version Linux we use init, but now system D. Okay, just a quick task, you can just figure out by yourself. Just find out the difference between init and the system D. To find the difference. तो पहले init था, अब system D में extra क्या आया जो init में नहीं था. Logic was the same. Difference you just go and figure out. Okay, so there's a whole idea. Okay, that is a reason when you do init 0, your system shut down. It's a command for shutdown. Means we're sending a signal to your main process. I'm asking you, you are the one who started everything. Now it's shut down. So when I say init 0, your OS shut down. The command init is there to shut down. Okay, this is one point. But one more thing I want to add here. Guys, right now your OS is just a software actually. A lot of software grouped together become the operating system. Okay, but to run any program, what you need devices. Without devices, nothing gonna happen, right? Device can be motherboard, sound card, mic, mouse, keyboard, USBs, RAM, CPU, devices. Devices, right? Machines. Okay, physical things, materials. Okay, but guys, material if you want to run, they does not understand what software is. अगर मैं बोलूं मैंने ब्लूटूथ को कि भैया मैं प्रिंट कर रहा हूँ या साउंड प्ले कर रहा हूँ या डेटा ट्रांसफर कर रहा हूँ, उसको नहीं समझ आता क्या बोल रहे हो. मटेरियल है, इससे किसी मटेरियल को चलाने के लिए हर मटेरियल का खुद का एक कंट्रोलर होता है. और किसी कंट्रोलर को चलाने के लिए हमें एक सॉफ्टवेयर देना पड़ता है, उसको द ड्राइवर. तो साउंड कार्ड का ड्राइवर, मदरबोर्ड का ड्राइवर. तो जब तक आपका फिजिकल डिवाइसेस एक्टिव नहीं होगी, कोई उससे बात करने वाला नहीं होगा, तब तक आपका ओएस बात नहीं कर पाएगा। इसलिए ओएस को चालू करने से पहले आपको सारे फिजिकल डिवाइस को कंट्रोल करना पड़ता है, एक्टिव करना पड़ता है, बात करना पड़ता है। तो उसके लिए हर ओएस के अंदर एक मैकेनिज्म होती है, तरीका होता है जो सबसे पहले करना पड़ता है। उसका नाम है कर्नल। यहां गाइस कर्नल का काम आता है। तो कर्नल इज a big program, and what kernel do? When you power on the OS first time, kernel will go and load all the drivers. So kernel, there are a lot of drivers grouped together is called kernel. तो कर्नल एक बड़ा सॉफ्टवेयर है जिसके अंदर बहुत सारे ड्राइवर्स आते हैं, साउंड कार्ड का ड्राइवर, इसका ड्राइवर, उसका ड्राइवर। तो कभी मान लीजिए आपका अगर साउंड कार्ड का ड्राइवर काम नहीं कर रहा तो मान लो कर्नल में नहीं होगा या सपोर्ट नहीं करता हो, तो उसके लिए हम कर्नल चेंज अपडेट करते हैं। ओके, तो जब मैं पावर ऑन करता हूं सबसे पहले मैं कर्नल जाके ओके सारे डिवाइस के ड्राइवर को लोड करता है। ओके, उसके बाद ही आपका कोई प्रोसेस चालू हो पाएगा। इसका मतलब ये हुआ ओके जैसे ही मैंने पावर ऑन किया, व्हेन आई पावर ऑन माय सिस्टम, इट गो टू बायोस, इट गो टू एमबीआर, you grub load. Okay, for doing anything you need something to done, so we always load init rd. Okay, or guys in the grub it is written in the grub.conf file कि init rd को भी लोड करने जो मिनिमम ड्राइवर चाहिए वो उसके साथ आते हैं, so we load that minimum driver there. So if you see the grub.conf file, you can see there is a ins mode command there, insert module. So when I say driver module, same thing. Okay, but after init rd, next thing that they load before the init is called kernel. First they load a kernel. Okay, in rd first they load kernel. Kernel will go and check all the driver, load the driver in the memory. Then your first process start. First process start. Okay, and then after the load memory process start, and finally you get the graphics. This is how the thing works. Okay, so right now let me show you again one more time. When I boot the OS, this is a boot. It will go into the BIOS. BIOS, we're checking the boot priority. Boot priority, let's say, is a hard disk. In hard disk, they are go to MBR first sector. In the MBR, we have grub. They load the grub program. So you can see they are going to boot BIOS, the grub load. Okay, and now when I hit enter, okay, it go to your first drive of Linux, go select boot. They find the grub.conf file there. With us, I'm looking for init rd or init ram fs. They load the small teeny Linux on the RAM with minimal drivers. Init, they provide it, and that small teeny Linux will go and contact to kernel. They load the actual kernel of the Linux. Okay, they activate all the drivers. That's what you can see here. So when I hit enter, you can see that they're waiting and they're loading the kernels. Here, these are the messages coming for the kernels. You know, they are different DMI devices, some hardware, some might be giving some warning. It's printing on the screen. And now, if you press escape, you can see a lot of things happening. What they're doing, booting up. And what you see, guys, they start a lot of programs. Okay, they're starting web server, they're starting graphical program, they're starting that program. Now these are the processes they start. FI, they start graphical process, graphical login process, login start. But who will start all this process? Init, yeah, or system. So this is, guys, the process. Okay, but one more thing, guys, to be note here. Okay, your data, guys, is always there in the partitions. And partition you can't use directly. Like in Windows, if you want to use the partition from the hard disk, you have to connect to the drive for C drive. It's called mount. Similarly, okay, there's a lot of partitions you have maybe in Linux. You can't use the partition directly. You have to mount it. After mount, then you can get the data. Okay, so for this, okay, who help you to mount the partitions? So I think you guys might know. So whichever partition you want to mount at the boot time, there's a file called fstab. Okay, and partition guys is also known as file system. So when I say partitions or the file system is the same thing. So the one file called FS tab means file system table file is there where they tell you how many partitions we have. So the total partition that you have is there in the FS tab. So it means after the kernel, the next thing they do is they go to this file, FS tab. And this file will tell you how many partitions we have, where they have, where to mount, where to connect. They do it. Then they start with the first process. Before we start in the process, what do we need? We need commands. But where the command is in the partition. But if it does not know where all the partitions, how can you get the program to start? Okay, so this is how it start. So let me go and show this part also. Otherwise, guys, this is a long thing. There would many more things happening. Right now, we won't discuss here. It would require, but this is the kind of minimal thing you should know as a term or the or the vocabulary here. So you guys might know long back, guys. I think 2006. I created my own Linux. Okay, I think I told you somewhere in my summer also. I created my own Linux. So they are researched a lot about Linux because मैं पूरा मैंने बनाया था. Okay, and I also distributed Linux in some of the local company here. So at that point in time, I did all the research. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things to be done happening behind the scene. I'm just showing you minimal thing. So ताकि इंटरव्यू में कोई वर्कअप बोले आपको कर्नल FS tab, boot process, int rd, तो वो पता है कि कुछ होता है. तो वहां पे आप blank ना दिखे. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So kernel is a software, guys. So in the Linux, guys, check the software detail. There's an rpm command. After query that kernel software is installed or not is there. So the kernel is installed. And without kernel, none of the OS will work, neither Linux, neither Mac. Okay. Even though the Linus Torvald, who actually the father of Linux, is actually the kernel. Actually, they created the kernel. Okay. And right now my kernel is booted up. Means they are the one who load my OS. So there's one more command called uname-r. It will tell you which kernel you are using right now. This one. Okay. Why? Because this way your kernel software I can install multiple kernels. Okay. Why? Because every kernel behind this in what contain what? It contain drivers. Maybe one of the driver might not support in my system, so I can just go and install different kernel with different version. Okay. But at one point in time, you can only load one kernel. ऐसा मान लो एक कार एक है, इसमें मल्टीपल इंजन लगा रखे हैं. एक इंजन रोड पे चलाता है आपको, एक इंजन हवा में उड़ाता है आपको. क्या चाहिए आपको? हवा में उड़ना है तो वाला इंजन को चालू करो, दूसरे को बंद कर दो. So if you use this command, it will show you all the kernel installed. But with this command, this will tell you what is the current kernel that is running right now. So I'm running this entire OS with this kernel. With this kernel. That's what this line means. So difference, right? कितने इंजन लगे गाड़ी में? इसको तो इंस्टॉल होना. कितने इंजन चल रहे हैं अभी? वो ये दिखाता है. एक बार में एक इंजन चलता है, यानी एक बार में एक ही यहाँ पे मान लीजिए एग्जांपल में एक ही कर्नल चलता है. The difference. Okay, but when you see when you install the kernel, what all files they created is list command. So when this software installed, how many files they created, how many driver they installed, where they copy. So by chance this command, guys, does not give any information, but no issues. We have one more way to check. There's a folder called lib modules. Okay, so guys, this is the folder. So when you install a kernel, if I get this kernel version, this version, if you go to this kernel version folder, okay, here you can find a lot of folders. And what you find here, In this system, how many modules installed? Modules equal to drivers. If you go to kernel folder, I'm just giving random, you don't need to know this. So they are the drivers here. The driver for the network, the driver for the sound, the driver for the file system, the driver for the block means your hard disk, and many more drivers they have. So here they place the driver. For example, if I go to net, so here they have a driver for different things. They have driver for IP4, they have driver for firewalls, net filters. Okay. For example, if I go to this is 8021Q means it's driver for wireless or some other protocols. The driver for Bluetooth. So this is a driver for the Bluetooth. So mostly driver guys have action.ko kernel object means that driver or module. You don't need to go know this folder. I'm just telling you that kernel give you drivers. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. So this is how it works. So let me very quickly brief. Brief. When you power on the OS, it go to BIOS. In BIOS for boot priority is hard disk. In the hard disk they go to first sector, MBR, and the MBR we have grub. Grub program will run. And the grub program, what they can do, it is been managed by the file called grub.conf. So in this grub.conf, it is done everything. When you see the grub program, what we will show you there, what we can do for you is done by this file. Okay, this file. One thing this file will will talk about that when you start the OS, then we need a kernel, and kernel is located in this folder. And by this is the location of my first partition. They maintain here. Okay, first partition. And then after you start the first OS, means click on the grub, you go to Linux. In Linux, they go to first partition, located here, and in the first partition, there is a slash partition. Okay, technically you get this file. They are a small program. Okay, that is the reason, guys. Whenever you want to do any troubleshooting in Linux, by chance, if you forget the root password, okay, you have to reset the password, break the root password. Root is the main account. Only root can change their own password. Nobody can. So if you forget the root password, this program helps us. So what we do, we again start the OS. In the grub, there's a way. We can pass some keyword to tell OS, when this program load, stop there. Don't go forward. Because this also is small Linux, and this Linux does not ask the password. And this program will help you to go inside the Linux without password, where we do something to break the root password. So in the way to break the password, here we use this program. So जिसको भी पता password break कैसे करते root का पता होगा, वहाँ पे आता है लिखा हुआ init program stop. तो वो हम इसी को रोकते हैं कि तुम OS से रुक जाओ, ठीक है? आगे में चालू करो, आगे चालू करोगे तो login प्रॉब्लम आएगा Linux का, वो password मांगेगा, ठीक है? तो मुझे ये करना, तो आपको पता होगा इसे password break करना है, chroot चलाता है, chroot command. तो पहले हमने init rm को लोड किया, फिर chroot से क्या करते हैं हम लोग, हम main OS को कनेक्ट करते हैं, फिर पासवर्ड वहां सेट, तो इसको पता है, नहीं पता कोई दिक्कत, कोई दिक्कत. Okay, so then this program load the base OS. This base OS will load the kernel. Which kernel? This kernel. This program kernel will go to all the hardware, put the driver, put the module, load it, make everything active. Okay, then they go to check all the partitions in this file. In this file, here we write all the partition, where the main slash partition is, where boot partition is, or we have many more, how many swap we have. They go and active. Then they start the first process called init of system D. And system D will then start one by one, all the process. Modem, network process, that process, container process, whatever you have. And finally, you will have your main login screen, graphical screen. Okay. Then remaining story, you can launch some other program, scripts, Python, whatever you want to launch. This is different part. Okay. So this is the boot process. So I show explain you conceptually, plus I show some of the things that is happening in the Linux. Okay. So when someone asks you if you want to set the root password, how can you set? We'll say we'll break the initrd. This is called RD break concept using grub. If you want to learn, we'll share the video if you want how to break. But is this information enough? Because they're not asking to show you there. If somebody asks if something happened, okay, at that let's go trouble happen. Let's go maintenance mode. Because sometimes partition corrupted, then FSR file does not work. Does not work. The system go to maintenance mode. How to set? Again, we can take the help of kernel in some cases. We can take the help of initrd in some cases. And there's also one more mode called maintenance mode, where we can maintain the system. So a long to be discussed, but I'm just giving very high level pointers. Okay, that's the guys some of the core idea. Okay, one more thing, guys. We will talk this point in my container classes. Okay, every OS has one hardware, so only one kernel can run. One kernel can control the entire hardware. But in right now, guys, in this OS, I'm running multiple containers by Docker. Okay, Docker container work like a real OS, but they don't have a kernel. Okay, because base hardware is only one, right? Okay, so they are sharing the kernel from the base OS. That's called Docker host. So that is then when you log in, create any container, any container. Okay, it look like OS load, real OS. Real OS work like real, but the kernel, they don't have their own kernel. Container never boot actually. So the container never have initrd, neither have kernel, neither have fstab, neither have grub.conf, neither have fstab or neither have kernel. What they do, they will share from the base system. So if you run the unm command here, it's the same kernel, what you have in the base. They're sharing the kernels. So whatever is happening in the boot process, everything is being shared by all the container. And that difference between container and the virtualization. In virtualization, every VM has its own personal kernel, one personal grub, one personal bootloader, one personal systemd. Okay, but in the container, they have nothing. Everything they share. That could be one of the big reasons why they are super fast in loading. Okay, one of the reasons. Other reason we also have discussed in the container classes. So why container load in 1 second? Because everything already loaded. Okay, they have to do the launching only the remaining part. That is one of the big reasons why they're super fast. Because they are sharing everything from the base OS. The base OS already started. In my case, Red Hat 9. Okay, so that is the reason, guys, if you see anything, this file, kernel, any other things also, you can see they will same in all the containers, plus they same in the same base OS also. Okay, only the remaining part it will be different here, whatever this container need. Okay, so guys, this is a core concept I would like to bring to you. Okay, so again the plan for you, but just quickly grasp this. We Q&A ho gaya aaj ka quiz. So do the quiz. Also add the questions of partisans also, LVM partisans quickly. Practice for 10 minutes. Just start to explore the Docker. See everything is shared. Try to go to these folders, files, grub. Just look कि ऐसा कुछ कहीं है. Okay, and try to go understand this process one more time. or maybe you can just go and find some blog also, read the blog, you get more vocabulary also there. Okay. Then after 10 minutes, we'll do a quiz. Then you can go for lunch break. Okay. Again, today plan would be before 7. I'll just have discuss some more this kind of concepts quickly to you. By the meantime, you can complete your Parsons LVM classes. Those who have not yet complete, that will be given to you. And plus, by tomorrow, you have to anyhow create a Docker project. Docker project. Okay. Automation with a script. Okay. उसके ऊपर कोई फैंसी करना तो कर सकते हो. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपको सेल के अंदर अच्छा TUI बनाना आता है या डेस्कटॉप ऐप बनाने आती है डायलॉग प्रोग्राम से, तो कर सकते हो. किसी को अच्छा वेब बनाना आता है, अच्छा लुक एंड फील देने के लिए कर सकते हो. टेक्स्ट अपने अकॉर्डिंग कर सकते हो अगर आता है तो. मिनिमम आपको सेल स्क्रिप्टिंग करनी ही करनी है कि सेल स्क्रिप्टिंग से ऑटोमेशन कर रहा है. तो हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे आज मैं 1 या 2 लोगों को यहाँ बोले प्रेजेंट करने के लिए, ठीक है, ताकि बाकी को आइडिया मिलेगा कि क्या हो सकता है. तो जो बेटर कर पा रहा है ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन विल आस्क यू प्रेजेंट हियर, एवरीवन गेट द आइडिया एंड ओपिनियन कि क्या कर सकते हो चेंज हमारे घर. ओके, तो विल आल्सो डू दिस. ओके, दैट्स ऑल. एनी क्वेरी इफ यू हैव एनीवन कैन टेल मी. Kernel is not a hardware neither firmware. Actually, kernel is a software given by the OS. So how device mapping is happening between the kernel and the driver? No, kernel driver is not two different things, Archit. It's the same thing. Kernel is a big software, is umbrella of software, contain a lot of drivers. So the thing called kernel and driver. Okay, and device mapping is itself a big topic I am not discussing right now. So, so device mapping means which driver map to which device, and they also get some kind of device mappers. So it's a long discuss to be discussed. I'm not discussing right now. We don't need right now. Yes, Sivan, if you can boot the container on the bare metal, then there is not even VM in the container. Then that technology become the VM then. Okay, but we have no way as such to boot the container directly on the bare metal. Okay, because for the container we need Docker engine. For Docker engine we need the OS, and for OS we need the hardware. But somehow you change something that you can boot the container directly on the hardware, then container actually become the VM. Then again you come back to same thing. जहाँ से हमने start किया, ठीक है? The kernel OS will work over the kernel, Satvik. Okay, so you can think OS is like a car and kernel is an engine. तो हम क्या बोलेंगे, इंजन कार पे काम करता है, कार इंजन पे काम करता है, तो वैसे कुछ मान लो. अभी बोलना मुश्किल है. ओके, कौन किसके ऊपर काम करता है, पर दोनों मिलकर काम करते हैं. पर कर्नल के बाद कुछ चालू हुआ नहीं. कर्नल ही है जो आपके सब चीजों को एक्टिव करके आगे बढ़ता है. ओके, yes, there Sagar, you can learn the Reddit RSA completely on my YouTube channel, or still I am also running my one batch online that I am doing with a lot of new content in the latest version. It's happening in evening time, Linux training, and that I again launched as a free of cost training. So अभी तो उसमें बहुत कुछ हो चुका है. So maybe right now if you want to learn you can go for my YouTube channel in IISA Rise. Yes, Ankit, for the Deloitte, Deloitte, they are looking for CI/CD and many more other concepts also. So from Monday onward, if I conduct the batch for the Deloitte, then I will focus more on CI/CD. Cool. In this training, we didn't discover CI/CD. We recommend shell scripting, Linux or Docker. So I didn't discuss what CI/CD. Okay, for Shinji company, Deloitte they are looking for. So my focus would be around more CI/CD, Jenkins, maybe AirTouch Kubernetes, some AWS Cloud. Okay, that will might start on Monday. Yes, yes. If you install Docker Podman both together, then they will conflict because they are the content engine. Only one content engine we should run in one OS. So install both, they might have some conflict depending upon the version to version. Video strategies we also use somehow in some company, not everyone use it. Okay, it's just as one concept in Red Hat in the partitions. Uh, uh, but mostly industry don't ask the video and status. If you have knowledge, that's okay. Because Red Hat examination, sometimes they ask you about these questions in RSCS examination. Industry wise, this concept is important, but as a video or as a strategy, they might not use as is the same concept in the storage world. Mostly nowadays in the storage world, they use more CEP as a tool. Okay, in the company perspective. So there, Sagar, maybe in my Monday onward, because this company does not ask you the Kubernetes. Still, guys, I'll might give you one small video of mine of Kubernetes. There you come to know what is Kubernetes and the difference. Okay, I'm not discussing on the class right now, but from Monday onward, when we start preparing for the Deloitte, I will discuss in detail about the Kubernetes there. Okay. So guys, take practice for 5-10 minutes. Then we have quiz. Then you guys can go for break. Anyone? Any query offline? Anyone? Queries? No? Going good? अभी तक सब सही चला? ठीक है चलो. आपको arrange practice का. Bye. Please have a seat. Thank you. So welcome back everyone, offline and the online. So very important guys session because we are going to discuss uh, something advanced networking. Along with the advanced networking, so online आवाज आ रही है? So something with the advanced networking, we also talk about Docker networking also. So it will be Docker advanced networking class. Okay. So in the last class, guys, okay. Okay. So one minute, guys. Okay, so let me explain you what exactly we are going to do today. Is a continuity of my last class where I talk about the networking concepts. Okay, and that point in time I was talking about if you want a connectivity, there's a multiple rules we have to follow. Something I explained about routing table. Plus, I also talk about network is same or not same. Accordingly, to pick bridge, not bridge, I can switch or maybe the router, right? So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to create one architecture here that mostly we see in our normal daily life. So it will explain you some more advanced concept of networking, especially the petting or the netting concept. Okay, and then this concept, guys, will apply on the Docker, and there will be a known as Docker Advanced networking concept. And this concept is very important because by this concept you come to know there's some more interesting concept in the world of container. One is called MAC VLAN, IP VLAN. There's a concept called overlay, and many other concepts also. And same concept could be applied in Kubernetes if you go to some advanced tool. Okay, so what I'm talking about, maybe you might not understand right now because this is my duty to make you understand. That's what we'll see today. But this class is very important in many aspects. Okay, so let me start from here. Okay, let's say I'm just creating one example here to make you understand this concept. So let's say you are sitting in your home. This is your home. or maybe one data center, maybe one lab, whatever you say, same thing. So this is one premises. Okay, in this premises you have multiple laptops, multiple VMs, multiple container, whatever you write, it is same thing. Okay, and I want because they are in the same room or same premises. I want they will have a connectivity with each other, so they can do something with networking to each other to send the data and something like this. Okay, so because these are multiple computers, the minimum requirement is we need some OS. This OS can be, let's say, Red Hat 9. Then in this OS we need this OS to boot up. In this OS I want somewhere here some network card. Network card name could be ETA0, ENP0S3 and so on. Okay, so this is what I require in all the laptops. And in the network card I need sorry, something called IP address. Okay, so IP address could be anything. Okay, but we have to have proper plan. So my plan is I want to give IP address to all the computers, number A, computer number B, server number C, in a way so they can connect to each other directly with the wires or with some small device called switch. But there's a rule in the switch. Rule in the switch. The rule is if you want to connect these guys with one device or one network device, let's say this device is called switch, then the rule in the switch is that if you want to connect multiple computer, okay, the first rule is that every computer network card you have to take the wire and put in the switch port somewhere. There's one requirement. Why we have this requirement? Because without physical connectivity, thing won't work. That's always required. Okay, so technically, technically, if I 1 minute, guys. So, okay, so if I say if you want to connect two computers, computer number A and computer number B, okay, the minimum requirement is physical connectivity. That's called medium. That's called network. And why we need it? Because it's a universal law. For example, if you have a real volume, so vacuum, you won't able to transfer any waves, something like this. So without any transfer of any waves, thing won't work. Okay, so the minimum requirement between two machines is you need physical connectivity, and this connectivity we can use the word of physical link you want, physical medium you want. Okay, and that is the reason, guys, in the world of networking, you might have heard about there's a concept in the network called OSI model. Okay, so in the OSI model of the network, if you know, there's 7 layers, and out of the 7 layers, this layer is called layer 1. Layer 1, that's called physical link layer or physical medium. Okay, so there there will be many more layer 1 to layer 7. We'll talk about it. So if you don't have this layer, thing won't work. Okay, that's what I told you in my last class also. So the requirement is you need both the machines should have a physical connectivity, even though system B also require a network card, and this network card should have one wire or data cable or Wi-Fi radio waves, does not matter, you require a physical connectivity. Same thing with C also. C also. Okay, so this is a one point. Second point is this network card, okay, requires some unique number that's called IP address that I told you in my last class also. Okay, IP address we give to network card. For which IP you give, anything you can give. It is your choice. You want to give the IP address free or chargeable. Obviously, I want free, so we can go for private IP address. In private, you can give any IP address, but the IP address you have to take in a way that every network card have IP address. First thing, the IP address should be unique, so everyone will uniquely identify. Other thing will conflict. Okay. Second thing is IP address would be take in the way that every IP address belong to same network. Why? Because the center device that is helping us to connect is switch. And switch say if you don't have a same IP address, sorry, if you don't have an IP address from the same network, thing won't work. So let's say in this lab, we plan that I want to take a network name called 192.168.1. So this is my network name. Okay, why this network name? Randomly, as I take this network name, nothing special. One of the reason may be because I want to put this network 256 computers. This could be one of the reasons. But how we can tell this is your network name? Okay, because network name, guys, is always defined by the net mask. So if my net mask is this one, it means my 3-octet is my network name. But network name always store in the memory with 4 byte. So if this is your network name, internally it will store with 0 in the last. Okay, so this is your network name, and this complete block, the way you write, is telling you the network name is 192.168.1. Or this entire block is also known as sometimes subnet mask. So this is my subnet mask, or the network name, or the range. So let's say this network name or the subnet mask we associated with this lab. Now, these computers, we can give the IP address from this network name or the network range. And according to the range that I told you in my last class, okay, because network name is this one, that means the first IP of this network will be 0, then 1, 2, 3, till 254 and 255. You can give any IP address, but typically the IP0 we can give to computer, but it is mostly reserved for the network name. So IP0 we never give to any computer. Can we give? Yes, we can give, but we never give because this number 0 is normally represent your network name. So this IP we never give, it is reserved. There's one more concept, guys, called last IP address. This also reserved for one purpose. This is called broadcasting. So there's a concept of broadcasting, guys, in networking world. So this IP also reserved. So when you run ifconfig command, you can see there's one IP, last IP 255 is reserved for broadcast. In ifconfig command, you can see. If you want to give, you can give, but we don't give. So mostly, the only IP that is usable IP is remaining IP address. So it means out of 256 IP address, because 2 is reserved, so 254 IP is usable. You can give any IP from these guys. So let's say my plan is to give this IP address 1.1 to this computer. I want to give this IP address 1.1 to this computer and so on. Now, it is your choice. This IP you want to give by yourself. It's called manual. It's called static. But giving all the IP manually takes some time. There will some conflict maybe happen. Okay, so if you want, you can go give this IP to all the computer to their network card in automatically way. That's called dynamic way. So for this, what we can do for this in your lab, you can put one more computer. Let's say computer number D, and say, hey, your duty is to help us in some services. And what kind of services is? Okay, so whenever whichever network you connected, whichever switch you connected, to your computers, if any other computer A, B, or C, if they say, hey, I don't know what IP to give, and I don't want to give the IP address manually, so your duty is to give them the services. And what you do, you will give them IP addresses. You can allocate the IP address. How? Automatically. In this case, this D computer, if you want to use it, your choice, is known as DSCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server. It's not compulsory, but if you think, no, you don't want to allocate the network settings, you want it automatically, okay, then you can go for DSCP server. Okay, one of the good example of the DSCP server is your mobile phone. So whenever you put your mobile phone in hotspot mode, your mobile phone automatically becomes the DSCP server. That is reason when you connect your computer to mobile phone, your computer will automatically get the IP address. It's coming from where? From mobile phone. Why? Because mobile phone work as a DSCP server. Same thing if you go for modem or broadband. They internally come up the DSCP server pre-configured. Okay, so when you connect with the broadband, it will automatically get the IP addresses. Okay, so why your computer will get the IP address automatically, or network settings automatically, or routing table automatically? So it is configured in the DSCP server. Okay, that this is the IP address you have to provide to the computers. This is how it works. Similarly, similarly, if you go to Docker, in the Docker, when you launch any container, they give the IP address automatically. And IP address you will see always unique, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. So how the IP get the IP unique to all the container, and how they get the IP address automatically, or any network setting automatically, like a routing table, the way I showed in my last class, it is because Docker give you DHCP server. Where you can find, I'll show you. So Docker give you DHCP server pre-set up for you, or pre-provided for you. That's the whole idea. Okay, so this is a one point. Now, if A, B, C, everyone has IP address from the same network range or from same net mask, I can say these guys belong to same network, so they can ping to each other directly with the help of switch. So if you have any connectivity between A to B, B to C, they can connect to each other. So till here, everything working fine. But let's say you have a requirement. Let's say requirement, you are sitting somewhere out. Sorry, you want to go to somewhere out to the internet. Let's say you want to go to one of the IP of the Google 8.8.8. This is what and where you want to reach. And who want to reach? Let's say computer number A want to reach there. The how to work. Okay. So for this thing, the minimum requirement is the layer 1. Okay. Without physical connectivity, nothing will work. So between a computer and between the Google 8.8, does we have a physical connectivity? No. So what you have to do from your computer number A, or from your room, or from office premises, you have to bring some physical connectivity. Okay, and technically you can't do so because we are small company, small houses. I can take my wire from my room to the Google to sense Mountain View in Silicon Valley. Okay, so normally it happens in this way. It happens in this way. So this guy is there somewhere in Silicon Valleys, in in Mountain View in Silicon Valleys. Okay, so these computers wherever they are running, okay, have a one wire connected to their ISPs. This is called telecom provider, from where they get the internet connectivity. So they have already the wires. Okay, and all this ISP connected to other ISP. So let's say this ISP there in the US, this ISP maybe there in the Singapore. So they have some kind of the connectivity, maybe via satellite or tunnel going under the ocean. Okay, fiber optic tunnels. So they have somehow connectivity preset, and plus they also have connected to one more ISPs. Okay, that is the ISP. Let's say where you are getting the internet connectivity. Okay, let's say in my case, I am taking it from Airtel as a company. Airtel is a company who give me the internet, who give me the connectivity. So when I say internet, it means someone is connecting me to the everywhere to world. So what ISP will do, what telecom company will do, they give you a wire or physical medium so that you can go to everywhere in the world. So those are known as internet service provider or telecom or your internet providers. Okay, so they already have it. Only thing what they will give to you, okay, they will give you one wire to your office, to your company, to your house. Their choice, they want to give the wire or they want to give wireless. That's what they give you. Mostly, if you normally see in your home, mostly this wire is like a telephone wire, come to your broadband directly. Okay, so they give one more device here. Okay, that is called broadband. So they put this wire somewhere here. This is one of the way. Okay, so this is what the physical connectivity we have. Only thing is the one connectivity that is left yet is from this wire or this broadband in your home is a device. Okay, you have to connect one wire from this switch. So this switch, you have to take one wire to this broadband. Okay, but this broadband device is, you know what they're doing? This device is helping you and saying that you are inside your house, inside your premises, inside your lab, inside your lab here. Okay, and if you want to go out from your house to somewhere out, somewhere on the internet, then I am your gateway. If you want to go out, there's only way you have to go via me. I am the gate for you. Gateway for you. So that is the reason this broadband is technically work as a router. As a router. So if a computer want to go to B, okay, then what I can do, I say I am one, I want to go to two, then they can create a packet. This packet will go to the switch. We say, hey, I know this guy, same network, they can connect directly. Thing will work very, very commonly. So in our example, let's say A and B both are containers. If both the containers belong to same network, then they can connect via some switch. Okay, now here the switch what I'm talking about is a real switch in the real world, but this switch is given by the Docker. So it is very fascinating. Okay, very fascinating if you go and use any browser here. Let me say this browser. Okay, if you search for the switch is a real devices. It's real devices for multiple companies. Okay, so if you want to buy the switch, you have to pay the money, you put the electricity, put the wire, real wires, this goes switch. But nowadays, guys, okay, you can create a switch using software also. With the help of softwares, you can create switches. It means without having devices, without any wires, you can have your own switch that will be created by the software. This concept and this technology is known as SDN. With the help of software, we can create a devices, any network devices. It could be switch, it could be router, it could be wires. This concept is known as SDN, software defined networking. Okay, so whatever you know, guys, virtualization, Docker, container, Kubernetes, cloud, everything is working behind this SDN. SDN is so powerful concept. Okay, so in the Docker world, okay, these content connected using some switch, but this switch is not created by some real device. Okay, this switch is created by a software using a technology and concept called SDN, software defined networking. And any switch that is created by the software, those switch is technically known as bridge. So instead of switch, we mostly use the word bridge. It's a both the things are same. So when you say switch and the bridge, same. When I say switch, mostly I mean to say real device. When I say bridge, it is a switch that has a port. They will do the same thing. They will connect multiple computers together in the same network. but they are created by a software. By software. That is the reason, if you know a little bit about Oracle VirtualBox, so this is a VM, this is a VM, this is a VM, but these VM can connect to each others by pinging. How? By giving both the VM network same IP address, different IP address, same network. How they connect? Because this Oracle VirtualBox give them, this guy, a switch. But this switch created by the software. And the software is called SDN concept. Concept is SDN. Software could be anything. Okay. And but how they connect? With the bridge. Okay. So that is when you see any VM settings in Oracle VirtualBox, if you go to networking, you can see there's a concept called bridge. That's what I'm saying. Oracle VirtualBox, whatever the bridge you have created for me or switch you created for me, I want this VM connect to this switch. So I can connect to other guys. So if you know about Oracle VirtualBox, this is what mostly do sometimes. Okay, same thing. Same thing is there in the Docker. The Docker. So when you launch any container in the world of Docker, so example, I am running with a container, for example, is not running at this point in time. But when I launch a container, so I might have some images. Okay, let's say Ubuntu. So let me launch a container with some name. Okay, let's say OS123 from the Ubuntu image 1404. Okay, this container launch. This container launch. But when you launch a container, guys, automatically this container giving the IP address IP address. Okay, how they get the IP address? Because of DHCP. But second thing is, this container is associated with the wire, and this wire connected to the switch, and this switch called bridge. How can you see this? Okay, to see this, if you run the inspect command on this container OS 123, 123, what you see, this container, according to my diagram that I show you already, okay, this container having the network card, okay, network card, 1 minute, with this MAC address, because you guys know network card is a real device, okay, but here they get this device with the software, with the SDN concept, which work like a real device, so they have the hardware address called MAC address. And then in the device, we give the IP address. So this device has this IP address. There's one point. But this IP address, this network card is connected to the switch. This is called bridge. So you can see here, they connected with a bridge. Where? In a network. And what is this network? This network is nothing, is this boundary. The boundary that I explained to you. So in our case, the boundary that I explained to you, this boundary explained to you, this boundary is nothing, is known as network. It means you can think in this way, you have a one office with multiple labs. One lab is equals to one network. So if you have 3 labs, it means 3 network. And every lab, they give you one switch. So if you have 3 lab in your college or in your company, it means you have 3 switches. So one lab equals to one network. You can think in this way. And every lab will have their own switch. Who give? Docker give automatic. Okay? Okay. And every lab, they give you DSC. So Docker guys, you don't have to set up the DSCP. They give the DSCP to you. But what DSCP is doing for you? DSCP is giving the IP address. They're giving a lot of things about the networking part. They also give the routing table and many more things they give you. So technically DSCP actually managing the anything about the IP addresses. So DSCP actually is a management program of the IP addresses. So that is the reason that DSCP is a server name, but the concept name is called IPAM. IPAM. Okay, so if you go to Google and search IPAM concept in the world of networking, that way is Internet IP address management, where we are tracking, managing the IP address space. Space means the network address. IPAM. So IPAM is a concept name. Under this concept, there is one program running. It's called DHCP. Okay. Now, this DHCP program either you launch, or in this world, okay, in this world, they give you IPAM pre-configure somewhere. IPAM config. They give. So don't be confused with null. That is a different concept. But they give IPAM to you. Okay. It means it means Docker has given you one lab that's called network. You want to see how many lab they give you. So there's a command in the world of Docker. It's called Docker network list. So here you can see Docker has given you 3 labs. This is lab number 1, this is lab number 2, this is lab number 3. When I say lab, I mean to say network. 3 boundaries they give you. Okay, boundaries they give you. And those network, they give a name. Okay, so in this case, they give a name called bridge, host, and none. It's just a name. It could be your name also. It could be your name also. By chance, they give this name for some reason. It's just a name. I can give Vimal, Linux World Lab 1, Linux World Lab 2. They give you. Okay, but main thing here in this lab is the driver. So in the world of networking, there's a different kind of drivers, depending upon the use cases. So one driver is called bridge driver, host driver, null driver, this one none also. we have a MAC VLAN driver, we have overlay driver, IP VLAN driver. That's what we discuss in detail in some time. But I'm just giving you some basic concept. Those who by chance just know the the concept, the concept. Okay. So guys, can you hold for a second? I think Preeti has some announcement. So this now, guys, I'm moving toward the netting part. Then we go for driver part. Okay. So before this, Preeti has some announcement. So Preeti, over to you. Guys, so let's continue with the next part. We was talking about the networking, right? Sorry. Okay. So till here, guys, and this is a very common setup that you always see everywhere. Okay, in your home network also you can see the same thing. The company has provided you the broadband. Sorry, this broadband is more like a router. Now, what is router? We'll discuss in a minute. Okay, so let's say this is the computer we want to reach. So wherever you want to reach is called destination or destination IP address, right? And who want to reach? Okay, so let's say the computer number 1. So this is a source computer. This is called source IP. We want to reach to a destination IP, right? The challenge here, if you notice here, the challenge here is the source IP network is this one. The destination IP network is 8 something. Okay, and there are 2 different network. And 2 different network, if you want to connect, if you want to connect, then it is possible. But what we require? Require a router. That is one of the reason why we need router here. Because now, if you don't have the router, then it won't work. Okay. So the point is, if any computer from one network want to go to other network, so where this network is, how to go, how to reach, what is the route, what is the path. To tell the route or the path, we need device called router. So router is one device. They will tell you. Okay, it is more like when you go to highway. There's a highway boards. They'll tell you, okay, you want to go from Jaipur to Mumbai. Okay, you have to go to this land or this national highway. So they are giving you, helping you in route. Okay, so it is something like this. So router is a device who give you a route and say, hey, if you want to go to 8.8. Okay, so for example, if a computer want to go to 8 network, okay, so it is something like this in a computer. If a computer write ping 8.8.8, so technically it will create a network packet. Let's say network packet look like this. And guys, if you might know, in every network packet, they always maintain the IP addresses. They store the IP addresses. And they always store 2 IP addresses. The one IP address is source IP. And this system source IP of A is 192.168.1.1. And because A is the one who want to go somewhere, this is called destination. So they always maintain the destination IP address. In our case, 8.8.8. So in one packet, this is called network packet, they maintain many things. One of the things they maintain the IP addresses. Plus, what else they need? They also maintain many things. For example, this could be a chat message. So chat packet will go. So they have they have chat data also. And any data that is stored in the packet are also known as payload. So payload. Instead of data or the mail or chat, they also store IP address also. And IP address they maintain 2 things: source IP and the destination. But why they store that? So destination IP? Because when this packet from A start from here, and because the wire is to the switch, they go to switch, and switch say, I know you are 192 network. I know you want to go to 8.8. One thing that I don't know, okay, I also know, let's say you're on single room, I know how can connect to two guys in a single room in the same network. That's also on a LAN. So I only work with the LAN, local area network. But you want to go to 8 network and you are this network, 192. I don't know how to go there. Okay. In this case, you know what happened? In this case, your packet will drop. It won't go anywhere. It drop. Okay. Why is drop? Because this is not the responsibility of switch to take you to the 8.8. Because switch only work to connect local guys in the same network. Okay. But if you want to go to 8.8 from a computer, okay, and because you know we always need a router in this case, a router is the one who take you to go out to the outer world. So for your a perspective, this router is a device that work like a gateway. So gateway is a concept, and to implement this concept we need a device for router. Router. But again, in the router, what do we need? We need to first connect the wire that we already have it, for example. But where we get the wire? In the router network card. So router also have a network card. Okay, but reach to any network card, we need the IP address. So router also have IP address. Okay, and let's say IP address of the router is 192.168.1.254. Let's say this is IP address. Why I give this IP address? Okay, because the wire that is going from the router to the internal world of the switch, where the switch connect to other computers, and because other computers is having the network of this range, so in the router you also have to give the IP of the same network range. Why? It is more like this: if you're in this room, if you want to connect to me, I'm A computer, you are B computer, so we have some AR or switch in between. But if you want to go out, so guys, understand the logic. If you want to go out, your gate is always a part of this room. It is not possible that your gate is belong to other room. There is no logic of it, right? The gates will belong to the same room. Then only you can reach to gate. It means your gate IP address is always same network range. IP should be unique, but network range should be same. Should be same. Otherwise, if A want to go to out to the outside world or other network, if A is not able to reach to router, if you're not able to reach router, how you can go out? Your router address or your gateway address is always belong to same network. For example, in my case, in this laptop, if I open the CMD command prompt or Windows, if I run the IP config command of this laptop Windows, okay, you can see in the network card of this Windows, this is my IP address of this network. Because you can see there's this network. But this network, okay, has associated with the gateway somewhere. This is the IP of the gateway. Where the gateway is somewhere out of this computer. Maybe I have some router somewhere here, or maybe this router could be a hotspot. So when you open your hotspot, guys, your hotspot also work like a router. Okay, so when you connect with the hotspot, okay, you can see the IP address here, and this is the IP address of your hotspot, means mobile phone. The mobile phone work as a gateway for you. But if you notice one thing, the network range is same. Because if you are a computer, if you want to go to 8.8.8, okay, 8.88, you know how it happened. Okay, how it work. Okay, for this you will create this packet. You will get this packet. Okay, but in this packet there's one more information stored. What is the store? That I am one IP, I want to go to 8 computer IP. Okay, but but to go to this computer, I know we don't have a direct connectivity. Direct connectivity. So I would like to go to my router. Go to my router. So your packet also stores somewhere the information where you will go. So here somewhere we maintain that your gateway IP address is 192.168. 1 point, let's say 254 in my case. This one. Okay, so technically, whenever you want to go to outside world, your packet is stored three information somehow. One is source IP, it means your IP. Where you want to go is destination IP. But if your destination IP is other network, then your computer A should know where is the gateway. The switch will not help you to reach to the internet. So these three information will go out from your computer and they go to switch and will tell the switch my IP is this one and I have destination 8, but I know you won't able to take me to 8. Only thing that I support from you is, can you please take me to the gateway? In this case, switch only help you to take your packet to the gateway. Okay, to gateway. It means switch is only helping you to go to the gateway, that's all, because we have the physical wire. But switch does not know the IP address of the gateway. Okay, technically, if you go more deep into the networking, switch does not understand the IP address also. Switch work at a concept called hardware level. So every network device has a hardware address. This is called MAC address. Switch does not understand the IP address as such. Okay, switch work in a concept called, I'm not going for that concept detail, but switch work on a concept called a MAC address level. That's called physical address level. That's called MAC address level. So if A computer want to go to B computer via switch, they connect via their MAC addresses. They reach the packet by MAC addresses. So in the OSI layer or OSI model, this layer called layer number 2. Okay. So what is this? Again, not so much important for us discussion, but I'm just giving this point. Okay. So if I ask switch, switch, my IP is 1, their IP is 8.8.8, can you take me there? Switch said, no, I can't. Because I work only at the physical address. And I know the physical address of everyone in your same LAN. But I don't know the physical address of anyone outside the network. That is why switch never work outside the network. They only work in the LAN, local area. Okay. So what I can ask the switch, I know you can't go to outside network. That's called WAN, wide area network, or the internet. So do one thing at least, take me to the router. That's what switch will do. But because switch does not understand the router IP or any IP address, that is a reason your computer should know the gateway address. So every computer should know the gateway address or the router address. So in your computer, if I remove the gateway address, then you won't able to go to internet. And this gateway address, nothing, it is a routing table with a default routing name. So I told you in my last class, this line is equals to, when I run this command route n or route print in Windows, this line default gateway is exactly equals to, when I run the route of an n command, exactly equal to this line. This line. And why this line? I told you in my last in detail, right? This line means if you want to go to any network in the world, you switch that is connect to your network card, ET0, whatever number would be, in your this Windows, maybe in your Linux, they don't know how to go out. For this, you have to send the packet to the gateway. Let's go out. But can we reach to gateway? Yes, you can ping, you can reach, because gateways belong to your same network. Okay, that is the reason we always give the gateway IP address of the same network what you have. So at least you can reach there. Then after you reach to gateway, okay, you can go out. But in your mobile world, your gateway is hotspot. In your real world, your modem, your broadband, or your real router, if you have, is work like a gateway. But in the Docker world, Where is the gateway? Where is the gateway? Let's see. So if I go to my Docker container, the container, okay, and whenever you launch any container, let me give a different name, okay, even though let me launch in this way. Okay, sorry, IT. Okay, and if you see, you have the network card, you have the IP address, but you can able to ping to anywhere in the world. Why? It is but obvious you have a gateway router somewhere. And this one thing, router is a device, gateway is just a concept. Okay, but only having router does not make sense. Your computer should know where the router is. If your router is physical connectivity with the ISP, it won't work. That is the required. It's not work, right? Your computer should know where is the gateway. Where is the gateway? But I know this is a container. And I told you guys in the container, all the network, IP address, wire, switches is created by a software. It's called SDN. So this gateway also router in the world of Docker is also created by software. So where it is? Okay, so technically this is a container, right? If you exit from the container, where is your Docker host? Docker host. And a Docker host, guys, whenever you install Docker first time, okay, or start a Docker with systemctl command, whatever you know, okay, your Docker automatically create a router or the gateway. And the gateway, guys, what I show you, they have the IP address. Okay, so the IP address of the gateway or the network card of the gateway is belongs to a base system. So in an ifconfig command, you can see there's a gateway running somewhere as a program. I'll show you sometime. But this gateway has a network card. Okay, and this network card you can see in the base OS. And this card is called nothing is called Docker 0. And what is IP? This IP, right? Gateway. Gateway. So a base system, this is called Docker host, okay, is the one where your router is running by some program. This program should be somewhere, but that program associated with the network card, with the MAC address, network card, having the IP address. This card you can see in your base system, but this card is internally somewhere in the router. Router program is not visible; it's a process, but it is a part of the router. Okay, so technically in the world of Docker, okay, your gateway and router is a one kind of program that what I told you, a process running somewhere inside the Docker. But this process has a network card, and this network card name in the world of Docker is called Docker 0. That is having the IP address is 172.17.0.1. By the way, you can change also if you want, but this is what they give you by default. Okay, that is the reason in every container, okay, if you go inside any and every container, you can see the route gateway address is this one. Is this one. And that is one of the reason, okay, from a base system, let's say my IP is 4 of container. So from base system, if you try to ping to the container, we have connectivity. Okay, because pinging from base system to container, you know what it is look like? It is like that you're pinging from router to the container. Sorry. Okay, because this router is actually in the world of Docker is your base OS. That's called in my case Red Hat 9. Okay, and because router has a physical connectivity, there's IP belong to same network. So from this computer, I can ping to AB. In my case, AB is what? Container. So why base system able to connect to container? Because they belong to same network. And why A can be belong to ping to B? Because behind this, they connect to a switch. Where is the switch? I'll show you also. Even the switch bridge, I'll show you already. That's how it works. Okay. So these are one point to note. One more thing I want to tell you here, in the world of the Docker, okay, let's say I have running with some Docker, let me clean everything. And to clean everything, guys, we can Docker psaq command to get all the IDs. And to clean, you can run this guy as a command, as a backcode, as shell scripting. Put in the for loop, or there's one more way, I can put directly with the Docker f command. So this command gives the IDs and they will delete one by one, everyone. So there is a no container running. It's clean, no container running. But in my case, I am running with a network or the lab known as name is Breeze. Name is Breeze. If you want to see detail about this network, okay, so in this network also we can inspect network. I want to know something more about you. What is the network name? Breeze. Can you tell me something more about your network, how you are, what you're doing, and so on? Okay, so it will tell you that I am a network or room name or lab name known as Breeze. Breeze. I have enabled with IPAM already. IPAM means I have a DHCP pre-given to you. And my DHCP, we have told the DHCP, okay, this is my subnet name. 16 means what? 25255. You may say 2 octet is what my network name. And guys, whenever you go for DHCP, in the DHCP you have to give the network range. And this means now anyone who come to you, you get IP 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. So in DHCP, you always give the name, the network range. If it does not give the range to the DHCP, this is called subnet mask. Okay, DHCP won't able to give the IP address or allocate the IP addresses. And we always give the DHCP the range in this format called subnet mask. That is when you launch a container, you can get the IP address from this range. Where 0.0 is reserved for the network. In the world of container, IP1 is reserved for the gateway. That is a region when you launch the first container, you get IP2 and 3 and so on. And second thing, guys, here they launch a container. So DHCP is the one guys who tell your computer what is your gateway name. So when you connect to hotspot, you see you get the IP address, right? But your system will automatically get the routing table, means the gateway information. From where it's coming from? DHCP. So every setting, guys, that come automatic to your computer, dynamically to your computer also known as host, it comes from DHCP. That is the reason DHCP known as dynamic host configuration protocol. Okay, so that's what, guys, it is there. So this network say if anyone connect to me, okay, I will give the IP from this range which is free, and I will give this guy your gateway so that they can go out if they want to go out. Okay, plus if you notice some more thing here, okay, at this point in time, this network is not running with any computer or container. technically technically your room is empty. This room is empty. So when you launch a Docker, they give you one room that's called network. And what they give you switch, they give you router, they give you DHCP server, they give you pre-set up everything in the world of Docker. The thing that does not give you is any containers. The room is empty. That's what they show you. What I show you, your room is empty. Okay, and that's the reason if you see your Docker PS, there's no container. But as soon as you launch a container, that you know the command. As soon as you launch a container, let me run in the background. Let's say with some name, OS1. Okay, as soon as you launch a container, your container automatically launch in a room or the network known as Bridge. Bridge. They don't launch here. Why? I'll tell you in a minute. By the way, they launch here. So Bridge network name is a default network name for the container. We can change also. Okay, they launch here. And how I know? Either you can do inspect command here in OS1, or you can show here also. So if I run this command again, inspect Bridge, they say in this network, we launch one container, okay, with this IP address. And name of the container is what? OS1. Okay, so let me show you one more time. Let me launch one more container with OS2. Let me launch one more OS3. So all the three container is running inside same network. How I know? If you go to network, you can see container this one, container this one, container this one. Everyone working in the same network. So this example is exactly what I have created here. One network running with the three VMs, means three OS, means three container. And all the container is connected by the switch. Switch is like kind of some program running behind this. And everyone has the gateway address. The gateway is already there. And because every connect to the same switch, belong to the same network, they can ping to each other, that you know, they can ping. And because they can do gateway also, so they can go out also. Okay, so this setup, if you anyone belong to networking, this setup you have to do by yourself, by real router switches. But in the world of Docker, Docker gave you this platform to you. That is the reason Docker is known as container management tool. Docker is a container platform. They are not only launching the container, they are giving a platform to the container. What a container need. And one of the things container need is the network. In network, there's a lot of things happening. Router, switches, wire, IP address, many more things is gonna come up. DSCP, they give you. You don't have to worry about. But I'm showing you, why I'm showing you, because there's two ways to learn networking. First I give the entire class theoretically, or other way is this one. I explain the concept also, I'm showing you what they have. I think this is the best way to learn. And second thing, why I'm discussing this point to you, because if you understand this concept, you can create your own networks also. Okay, so maybe you don't want IP at 172 range, you want to give something else, or many more other settings you want to do. So Docker give you a command, you can create your own networks. We'll see how to create. Right, I'm showing you only the network that is pre-created. That's what I'm showing you right now, right? So this is one point. Okay, but by chance, if you think, okay, whenever you launch any container, container automatically belong to a network called Bridge. Or what exactly meaning of Bridge driver, that we'll see in a minute. A very interesting concept. But if you want, no, I want a container that belong to different room or different network, we can do so. How? By launching the container. Let's say I'm launching one more container, and I want now this container belong to different room, different network. Okay, then there is a keyword called network keyword. If you write or if you don't write, they always Bridge. Bridge is the default. Okay, but if you want different network, means you are sharing this room, but you want to share it in a different room, you can think yourself as a container. This room is a network. So by default, you belong to always this room. Let's say this is lab number 1. But you want to go to lab number 2. Give the network name here, lab number 2. Okay, but I don't have a lab number 2 here. I have only 3 choices by chance. So let me use this choice, none. That's all. Now this container belongs to this network. We can create our own network also. I'll show you how. But okay. So one more container launch, OS4. But this container now, if you go to inspect command again to bridge network, the name actually. Okay, still they don't have 4, right? They only initially what they had. Because this guy belongs to a network name is none. It's just a name. It could be any other name also. Now guessing they have belong to. Now what is the difference? What difference? What is the difference between this name and this name? So technically we can also create our own network, and every network has different settings. But the guy who created this network and this network, they say if anyone come to this network, in this network we give DHCP, we give switch, we give router. But if anyone come to this network, here this network we won't give anything. We won't give switch, we won't give DHCP, we won't give router. And if this network does not have DHCP, it means if you launch any content in this network, you won't have the IP address. Okay, it means it means if you see in this network, byte name is none, it could be anything. You can see IPAM configuration is null. Meaning DHCP is not configured, there is no IP address, there is no gateway. That is the reason when you launch any container, they don't have any IP addresses. Even though if you go inside the container with inspect command with OS4 is the container name I used. Okay, you have nothing about the network server. That means if you go inside this container with attach command or another way, okay, and if you're an IF config command, you can see there is no ET0 card. There is no IP address. If you see the routing table, empty. Obviously, if you're ping anyone 8.8.8, anyone, it won't work. Even though one container want to go to another container, it won't work. There's nothing. Okay, so they give you pre-created lab. So what is the difference? So maybe let's say you're sitting in the Linux world, one lab we given you in a way that any computer that is there in this lab, this computer can ping to each other, this computer can go to internet, or many other things we can do. But we have one more lab where we say if we put any computer there, it is isolated. Isolated means there is no connectivity. And why I want to do so? Many reasons. Maybe we have some kind of program, a very safe program. I don't want anyone can connect. My local database, my financial information. So all those use cases, they can put those information in the local. Or maybe you want to test something. And for testing, you don't need any network settings. This testing should be very sensitive. Okay, so launch the container in a network called none. Okay, so what a test you want to do it. Due to any reason, your data won't be leaked. Neither it go out, neither come in. So in this case, you need an isolation network. And Docker give you pre-created isolated network known as none network. You can also create by yourself with a different name. But I'm just trying to tell you the use of none. Similar host a different meaning. So what is meaning? We'll discuss in detail. Okay. Before this, I will first explain what is bridge. Then you can understand what is host. Okay. So that is the whole idea. Okay. So let's go more deep into this discussion over here. Over here. Now let's go a little more deep. Let's say from a computer, you generate a packet like this, where your plan is your IP is 1, you want to go to 8.8, and because you know this is not your network, so your packet is somehow attached with a gateway, whatever you have. My case is 254. It means your switch will help you to take your packet to the gateway. And when you reach to gateway say, who are you? I say 1. Where to go? 8.8. Gateway say, you reach to right location. This is my IP. So I'll take this packet Because my duty is what? Routing, tell you the path. So what I'll do, I'll take your packet, I'll take your packet, okay, and send this packet to this side. So guys, here, what you see, this side is a private world, LAN. What do you see? This side is outside world. So gateway say, I'll take this packet and send to the outside world. Okay, and your packet will go to outside world where? Till the ISP, your telecom. So telecom is the one who give the wire connection, or wireless connection to your home or to office. And telecom is the one who will help you to connect the other world, other part of the world. Okay, it will go to ISP. But what ISP see? What ISP see? ISP see this packet. ISP see internet service provider. Again, they also have a router actually. When I say ISP, so they also have a lot of routers there. This part of ISP is a different network. This part of ISP is a different network. So there are always a lot of routers. That's called ISP is router. But what they see that you want to go to 8.8. ISP say, I know the route of 8.8. I'll take you there. But the challenge is, what is challenge? From where you're coming from, I know your IP address, but this IP is private. You didn't pay me. So I'll drop your packet. In this case, your packet will be dropped. ISP won't take your forward packet forward. Because the rule I told you in my last class, the rule is, okay, private IP is free, but private IP won't able to go to internet. That's called public world. It won't allowed. And why is not allowed? It's not because of computers or networking devices. For devices, they never understand what is public, private. But you know, ISPs, they create some rule in the router. A rule is something like this: if anyone come from private IP range, the range I told you in my last class, anyone come from this range, okay, we won't allow to go forward. It's called unroutable, not routable. So ISPs are the one who don't allow. Okay, that is the reason, guys, we always use private IP in our local LAN. And that is the reason what a private range I use in my room, same range you can use in your room, because both the room never connect to each other. So everyone can use the same range. They will never conflict because it will never go out from inside to outside. Okay, that's how it works. And if you really want to go to internet, then the rule is you need public IP. Public IP is only one that is routable to the public world, to the internet. Who said this? ISPs. And that is the reason for public IP, they take charge. Either take the extra charge. So if you know AWS Cloud, in AWS there's some service called EIP service, where they give you public IP. They charge you per month, per yearly basis. Or if you go to ISP, they will charge you, or they will bundle with your monthly plan. But they charge you. That's for sure. Okay, so it means you have to give a computer a public IP. Can we give? Yes. We can buy and take a lease from the ISP, then we give. This is one of the way. Okay. One of the way. Second way is, okay, second way is because if you take the public IP for ISP, if you one computer, that's okay. But in our room, I have 3 computers, 3 public IP need. Some computer, 10,000 computers. If every computer want to go to internet, you need 10,000 public IPs, and every IP comes with cost. A second thing, challenge is public IP in the world is limited. If you try to buy 10,000 IP, you won't get it. Even though you want to pay, 10,000 IP is not available. Okay, so the point is, I don't have public IP available. Plus, I can't buy so many. Okay, because you have so many computers in the container. So what we do here? In this case, we do some kind of trick. Trick. The trick is we only buy one public IP. One public IP. And this public IP we won't give to computers. This public IP we will give to our router. to the router network card here. So let me zoom out this diagram. So guys, router has two interfaces. One is this one is this one. This is going to the internet and this is going toward the private world, LAN. This side IP address we always give to the range what is my private world. But this side IP address is IP address we take public, for example 1.2.3.4. So I'll go to my ISP and say, ISP, I want to buy and get a rent or lease a public IP. Tell me what IP address you want to give me. You can give. And this IP address we give to my router this side. This side is called LAN or called LAN port. This is called WAN. This is called WAN port. Wide area network. So public IP guys is always give to the router. Now what happened? What happened in this case? Again, if a computer want to go to 8.8.8, if you ask a computer, do you know a public IP? No. Do you have public IP? No. So in this case, how a can go to internet? Same logic, a will generate this packet that my IP is this one private. I want to go to 8.8 Google. I know my gateway. I will reach there. Again, this packet, okay, will go to same way. They go to switch to have the physical connectivity to the router. They go to router. Now, in this case, router don't forward your packet. Last time what they did, what a packet they have this side, they send as it is to this side. This concept is called IP forwarding. Now, in this case, a router is not doing IP forwarding. What they're doing? They say, wait for a minute. I don't send the packet as it is. If I send, your ISP will drop this packet. So what I'm doing here, before we send this packet, okay, what packet does it contain? The destination IP, this is called 8.8.8.8. The source IP, that IP of a computer is 192.168.1.1 or 1. Whatever number would be, 1, let's say, this one. Router say, I get this packet, but before we send this packet, I will do some changes in the network address. If you go for this IP, they won't allow. So let me change this address. And let me change this address to my public IP address. Why are they doing so? Because router has a public IP. This public IP is allowed to go out. So router will change your network address. And this concept, guys, is called network address translation, netting. Net. Okay, netting. And then your packet will be sent out. Now, in this case, when reached to router ISP say where to go? 8, I can take you. Who are you? They said this one. ISP say, hey, this is IP. What about me? This public is allowed. Is allowed. Then this IP said to this guy, then this guy, then finally Google. And Google say, where you want to come? I say this one. So this is my IP. Google, they take this packet and they reply to this IP. In this case, Google never see your real IP. But it is never go out. It will never go out. Okay. Only they say the IP of your routers, your WAN IP, router IP address. Okay. And that is the reason, guys, if I go to my Windows, my actual IP of my Windows is this one. But if I ping to or go to Google anyhow, they cannot see my IP. IP never exposed, revealed to anyone in the public world. Okay, one of the way to proof is if you go to any site or maybe the Google, if I type what is my IP address, something like this, okay, you can see they will get this IP. You know, yeah, this IP is my IP, but not my computer IP. My Windows have no idea about this IP. This IP is IP of my router. So my router has two IP, one is private, one is external, public IP, WAN IP. Okay, so this IP go to Google. So Google will know me with this name, but it's not me. On my behalf, router sending by doing netting, network address translation. This is how it works. Okay, behind the scene. Now in this case, okay, now now I want to give one more term here because router is changing the IP address netting. Which IP? Source. Then this netting is called S netting, source netting. There is one more concept called static netting. It's also S netting. There's a different concept. I'm talking about source netting. So right now router is doing source netting. So technically what router is doing? Router is hiding your hiding your IP address. So this concept is known as S netting. And by default, this is exactly what your mobile hotspot is doing. So when you get the IP from the hotspot, when you see your IP address in your laptop is different. But so what is my IP in Google? It's different. The packet go to your hotspot. Hotspot has the STD enabled by default. Mostly every modem, every broadband, every router mostly have this setting pre-enabled. So guys, if you have a home broadband, if you know how to log into broadband, if you know this way, you can see your broadband has two IP address. Okay, one is private and one is public. That you can only see from the router and the broadband. Your computer can't see this. This is one concept. Second point, okay, changing this concept from changing the source IP to the public IP of router is called S netting. And what S netting doing? They're hiding your main real IP. So real world never ever to come to know who are you actually, from where the thing started. And this concept of doing S netting is also known as, because hiding is called hide. And hiding, guys, in the world of technology is also known as masquerading. So this concept is also known as QUERADE, masquerade. Okay, and exactly what same thing done by Docker also. Docker also. Okay, so if you just launch a Docker container, Docker container, and if you see your real IP of the container is this one, but if you try to ping to any IP, okay, this IP never go. The router over here, they masquerade, hide this IP to the other IP. Okay, and that IP will go there. That is when you're able to connect. See here, ये private can ping to public, right? Private can ping, public can ping, private private can't ping. But it's working. Why? Because of the S netting or netting or masquerade. Okay, so somehow, guys, if you try to see, if you go to this guy and say from where you're coming, there's a way to go. Obviously, you can't go there, but if you somehow go there and see who are you, they will never see the side. Even though, guys, the way you see in Google what is my public IP. Okay, for this there is one more website, guys. This website, if you go to the website, they will tell you real IP. Okay, so this website, guys, I think this website called ifconfig me. This website, if you go to the website, they will tell you what is your IP. So they will fetch your IP address. So this is IPv6 actually. They might tell you IPv4 also somewhere. Either they're showing IPv6 because nowadays IPv6 we use a lot, or you can use this command. Open this command in your command line Okay, you know what I'm doing? My real IP of my Windows is this one, but this side will tell you your IP that is given to the public world. तो आपको पब्लिक दुनिया किस नाम से जानती है वो ये बताएगी आप. Okay, this site will tell you that we are knowing you with this IP. For Windows, they does not have about this IP. Still, the world know your Windows, this OS, with this IP because of your packet go via router or gateway. Again, they will do netting, netting or masquerading, and they replace with this IP given by OS. So if you want to know your public IP, then you go to this website. And going to any website, okay, you can use the browser or command line command curl you can use. Same thing if I go to my Docker container, and this is the IP of my container. But if I know the IP or public IP through which your Docker container is going out, is this one. By the curl command is not there. I show the curl command, and then you can get the public IP. Okay, so you can show command with apt get command and install it. So I can do apt get update. Okay, so in Ubuntu, if you're installing software, you have to first get the repository with update. Okay, and in Red Hat we have yum command. So here they are configuring some settings to tell from where to get the software. Then I say apt get install the software for curl. I don't know, maybe curl. Let me check. This software will install. This software will give you curl command. Curl is a client side command to get any website. And then you click on the site, you can see the site. So if the container go to the public world, your private IP never exposed. It masquerade with this IP. Now who is masquerading? The router. Router belongs to your network. So if you go to your network, Docker inspect your network, in our case Breeze, Breeze, you can see in a Breeze network where your container is working, they have enable S-netting. S-netting is enabled at the router level. There's a way you can disable also. Most router support or broadband support. Okay, so here in this Breeze network, they have a router, and the router, what they have done, this is what? IP masquerading is enabled. That is equals to S-netting or netting. That's what we can see. But in this network, okay, my switch name is what? This one, Dockerg, right? So I have config Dockerg. And this network is what? Default true. So you have multiple network. But when the content launch, they always use this network. But if the content want to use other network, what do you use? Docker run have a network command. But if you don't use have a network command, the by default network is always this, because this is what the keyword we have enabled. Okay, so that's what we can see in the into this part. Okay, let me go ahead. Let me talk more about it. Okay, but this concept is valid for everywhere. Cloud also go same concept. Other physical network also go same concept. The way you set up may be different, but concept is 100% exactly same. Okay, so anyone who have facing any issue in understanding the network in cloud, AWS cloud like VPC, if you understand this, then VPC is nothing. Very simple. Very simple. Okay, in VPC, this router is known as internet gateway or net gateway, and so many things there. So again, we are not learning AWS cloud right now. So this is a kind of concept. Now in this concept, what router is doing, guys? Router is one thing, they understand IP address. They know 192, they know 8, they know where is 8, they give the path, they know 9, they know 10 IP, they give the path accordingly. Okay, so router is the one who know IP address, and those who know IP address, they can give you the way. That is a reason, guys, in the OSI model, okay, layer 3 is used for network protocols. And this is the layer where routers work. Router works. Router is a device that work at the layer 3. That is called network layer. Switch is a device, they does not know IP address, they only know the physical address, MAC address. So switch work or bridge work at layer 2. Okay, so if you connect anyone in the same network LAN, okay, we don't have to take the decision like routing table, where is IP92, where is IP92. They will same network. So they don't have to take the decision which network you want to go. Okay, so switch is enough. It means switch does not maintain the routing table. They know, for example, I'm sitting here, you're sitting in this chair. So my chair has a different physical address. This guy is sitting in my 45-degree left side, different address. So if you connect someone with the physical addresses are known as data link layer. Switch work at data link layer. This is called layer 2. Okay, but whenever you want to go to other world, you need an IP address. The IP address is one who help you to take the decision where to go, where to go. Okay, it's called layer 3. So this is a layer 3. But one more thing I want to add here. If you have one public IP, one public IP, but I'm not saying in the LAN we don't use IP. We don't use IP. Okay, finally computer use IP. So we have, for example, my IP may I am A computer 191.1.2. You want to go to C computer in this diagram 1.1.3. Okay, if IP1 want to go to IP3, they will connect by IP address. Switch intent somehow help to reach this guy. Okay, it is something like this. Those who are coming offline here, you might know from the first day that I want to go to Linux World, and you might know the Linux World address. Let's go plot number 5, Krishna Tower, Triveni Nagar Flyover, Jaipur. So my question is, this address is known as IP address. If I give this address to you, it is impossible to reach here. If you know the complete address of Linux World, plot number 5, Krishna Tower, Triveni Nagar Flyover, Gopal Bypass, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India, Asia, world, then Milky Way and universe, the multi-universe. Okay, if you know the absolute address, still it is impossible to reach here. Why? Because we never reach to address. We reach to the address, physical address. We give this address so that you can ask a lot of guys in between. I want to get to India, how to go. I want to go to Rajasthan, how to go. I want to go to Jaipur, how to go. In Jaipur, where to go to Triveni Nagar Flyover. Then there is a bridge here. You will then you turn. You ask someone, tell me where is plot of 5. Someone say, go there. Someone tell the physical address. This is done by switch. And this physical address is known as MAC address. They done it the Delhi there. But when you reach to this building, then you ask, there's some guard behind outside. Ask, there's the plot of 5? Yes. Then you come in. There's go IP address. And this building what? OS. And the gate you see outside is the network card. It is 0. So finally you connect with IP address. IP address nothing is address. Address we use only to reach to the final destination. Okay? It help us. That's all. There's nothing use of IP. Okay? But you always reach to the MAC address. Physical address. So every computer has a physical address. Okay, physical address. There's many more kind of address also available in the market. But mostly in the world of LAN or the computer, we use the address on your network card or your outside gate is this one. You always connect to this address. Come to this address. IP only help you so that you can take the help from someone in between. If they belong to same city, same lab, you use switch. If you come from different city, there are a lot of route or path or road come up with the road board sign. There's called router. Okay, so that is the reason any device, any device that only work with MAC address are known as data link layer devices. This is called data link layer or physical layer. So physical, not physical layer, data link layer or MAC address layer. Switch is one example. Any device who understands the IP address, one is router, one is your computers, mobile phones. All those guys are come into the example of layer 3. So those who understand IP address, they are layer 3 devices. So container is what? They understand the IP address, so they are layer 3 devices. Or layer 3 programs. Okay. Now in this case, I want to add one more point. If your router has only one IP address, okay, if computer C also want to go, same logic. So they will create a packet, and say, hey, my source IP is computer 3, and I want to go to destination same address 8.8.8. But router say you are IP3 private, you're not allowed. So what router will do? They will do SRD, and they replace with IP of IP of router. Now, if both the computer go to same Google, for example, for the Google perspective, they feel both the packet coming from where? Same IP. So they reply to same IP, same IP. Now, in this case, how router come to know the first packet? Let's say this is packet number 1, this is packet number 2. How your router come to know which packet come from A, which packet come from C? Because they will reply also. If you notice in the router, maybe here, okay, I'm pinging to Google. My router will change my IP. Google see my router IP. Google reply. A reply come to you finally. See here, you're getting the reply. How you're getting the reply? Because when the Google reply, okay, so they reply something like this. So they reply, the Google said, now my IP is I am source now because I am replying, so I am source. And destination would be 1 is router. Because Google is getting the router IP, so they only know the router IP. So Google is replying this packet. When this packet reaches to router say, yes, you come to right location, the router take this packet. But this ping is not done by router, it's done by a computer. So this router duty to do what? To replace this IP again back to the IP of the A computer. And the router will send back this packet to A. That is the reason you can see that you are pinging to Google, you're getting reply from Google. But behind the scene, guys, first router is changing your source IP private to public. The Google is replying back to router IP. Router again changing the IP to your main IP. This is happening seamlessly. So you won't be able to see this, but it is happening behind the scene. But you can see your data is coming to you. For example, if you open any website, okay, any website, okay, it is impossible to go to Google with Google public IP, you are private, still you can see it. The router first changing your private IP to public of router, they go to Google see the real public IP of your router, so they reply back to your router public IP. So actual output of the Google, Facebook, Instagram is coming to router. How you get it? Okay, but out of a different device, you are different device. So router, when the data come to router will change this IP to your real IP again and send back to you. Router won't consume this data. The challenge here is if you have multiple computers, A, B, C, router is one, public IP is one. If everyone go to Google, so technically Google perspective, they think all the three requests come from same IP. So they same IP. So how router come to know by again sending back the reply to A or B, C? How they know this from A, this from B, from C? They send to right location. How they know? For this, I think you understand what I'm talking about, right? Let me again redraw. Redraw here. Okay, so this A computer, there's a B computer, there's C computer. There's only one router. There's one, let's say one Google. Okay, if A has a private IP 1, there's a private 2, there's a private 3, and let's say router has a public IP, let's say 10. Okay, if everyone together go to router and say I want to go to Google, router will send to Google all the packet number 1, packet number 2, packet number 3. Okay, of all the computer, one by one or maybe together by replacing the public IP. So according to Google, what is the thing? 3 requests come from the same IP. There were 3 times to the router. Now how router come to know one of the requests come from this guy, one of the requests come from this guy, one of the requests come from this guy. For this, router maintain everyone session. They maintain session. With the help of session, they come to know which particular request come from A, B, and C. So when they resend the reply from the Google, okay, they know A session is different. So they start from session for A to router, B to router, C to router. So this is the duty of the session. And in the OSI layer, we have one more layer who is maintaining the session. Which layer? Which layer? Layer 1 for physical layer, layer 2 for data link, MAC address, hardware address, layer 3 for router, layer 3 for router or IP addresses. Layer 4 is for what? For transport layer. Where your protocol work, TCP, UDP. We'll talk about in some time. Which session? Okay, so we have a layer 5, layer 6, and layer 7 also. Okay, one more thing I want to add here is whenever you send any data, data will go via layer 8. Sorry, not 8, 7. Any data of chat or mail or website is go at layer 7. So layer 7 is the application layer where your application data go. Okay, it does not matter your data will go via website, HTTP, HTTPS. They go via mail, SMTP. They go real time, RT real time SP, RTSP, RT. Okay, wherever you go, your data go. Okay, they will go via layer 7. Okay, but this is layer 7. But layer 5 is the one is called session layer. Wherever you need to maintain the session, not every time you need, but whenever you want to maintain the session, okay, it is a duty of layer 5. And one of the example of maintaining session is this example. One example, if you know something about HTTPS encryption, SSL, TLS, then encryption also can maintain at the layer 5. SSL, TLS. And there will be many more examples. Not every time we maintain the session. But whenever you are maintaining the session, it depends on application and the network setup. Okay? For this, we have some kind of program. But in OSI model, it is a model. It's not hard coded. It's just a theoretical model. They categorize this guy at layer 5. Okay? They say at layer 5, is one way telling any one application maintaining the session. This is what we maintain. Maintaining here. Okay, and we have one more layer by chance. This is called layer 6. This is called presentation layer. Okay, it helps us to present the data. What I mean by this? What I mean by this? So technically, if you go to physical layer, guys, okay, whatever you send, okay, you send normal data, you send PDF, you send JPG images, whatever you send at the lower level, physical layer, everything is a wave in the wireless, or in the wire, it is electric current, 0 or 1. So what I send, everything goes 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. They go here 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. So how Google come to know which 0, 1, 0, 1 is a PDF, which 0, 1, 0, 1 is a JPG image. So they pick all the 0, 1, 0, 1 electric current or radio waves, okay, and then we add tag. This 0, 1, 0, 1 you to again decode into JPG, use as an image. This 0, 0, 0, 1 from the wire you can decode and it used as a PDF. So networking, guys, when you open any site, let's say I'm searching my name. Okay, in this site, there are a lot of data. Some data come as image, some data is image, some is a content. But whenever this image is coming up, guys, if you go to low level, low level, everything comes 0, 1, 0, 1. But your browser know which 0, 1, 0, 1 put together and present as an image. So any data coming over the internet, they add a tag type of the data. So if you guys know something of MIM type, MIME, MIM type. If you guys know something about, if you ever work on something HTML, we write HTML text, HTML JPG, text JPG. Okay, so we add these headers to tell your customer, client, browser, servers, what data you're getting. I'm telling you type. So accordingly behave. If you don't tell that this image will present as a text, maybe 0 and 0 binary, but here they present the image. Why? Because they add the text. So this is the duty of the presentation layer. Okay, so every layer has their own benefits. Sometimes we need, sometimes we won't need. So just I'm giving you guys very quick overview of OSI. Okay, nothing so much related to Docker, but if you have this understanding, it will help you somewhere. That's what I'm giving you, the right meaning of the layer with some practical examples. So you understand the actual concept. Otherwise, most FC OSI layer is very hard to understand why and what it's doing. So I just give you some example to understand. Okay, this is what this layer is doing. Okay, and everyone has a benefit. Okay. So guys, this is the setup we have right now. Okay, but in this setup, guys, if any private world, if any private world, okay, any private IP that is there inside your room or area, if they want to go to public IP, let's say Google, obviously we need a router, but in the router you should have enable S netting. So private guys can go to public, and mostly in the home router modem this is always enabled. That is the reason you never face a difficulty in connectivity. Same thing is enabled in Docker also. Docker also. Okay, and one more thing I want to add. In the market, switch is a device that work in layer 2. They don't understand IP addresses, understand MAC addresses, physical addresses. Router is a device that work on layer 3. They understand IP addresses, so that they can do a routing decisions, where to go, where not to go. Okay, but these are devices in the software world, SDN world. Okay, if you want to create a switch, then it's called bridge. This is called L2 bridges. L2 bridges. If you want to create a router, the router guys also can create with their software, but this also known as bridge. But it's called L3 bridges. L3 bridges. So when I say router, L3 bridge, same thing. When I say switch, L2 bridges is same thing. Same thing. But mostly, when I say L3 bridge, that means it is a kind of program that support routing also, they support switching also. So if you go to internet, ask Cisco, their router, they have router different device. Their switch also one different device. But they have a device called combo devices, where one single device work as a router and same single device work as switch also. Those are known as L3 routers or L3 switches, I can say. Similar in software world, any software that work like a router and also like switch are known as L3 bridges. Bridges. Okay, so mostly your hotspot is L3 bridges. Your home modem is L3 router. Well, if you notice, guys, in home router, broadband, they work like a router. But same device, you can connect multiple devices as a LAN. Wireless LAN, WLAN. So they are L3 devices. They work L3. L3 means L2, L3 both. Okay, or any L3 devices or bridges, they come with SNetting enabled or masquerading enabled. Masquerading enabled. Okay, that's a core fundamental. That is the reason, guys. Whenever you see in the world of container, in the world of cloud, in the world of virtualization, a term called bridge. What this term means? This term means we are giving you a software that work like a device. This software have a capability of router also, gateway. This software has a capability of switching also to connect multiple devices same network. And this software also have come up with a feature called SNetting. All these things come together in one box, and that is called bridge. That is the reason, if you know Oracle VirtualBox, and if you requirement, this VM can ping to this VM, means you have to give both the guys IP of same network. For connectivity, what do you need? Switch. But this VM can go to outside world also. Means you need router also. And this VM a private IP, but they can convert to public. Means we need SNetting also. Whenever you need all the three things, there you attach this guy in a network called bridge. That is the meaning of bridge. So any virtual software, VMware, Oracle Works, AWS Cloud, or container also here. If you have a program that give all the capability, then this program in the world of networking or SDN world is known as bridging. Bridging. That is a reason. That is a reason. Okay, in the Docker world, in the Docker world, okay, when you launch a container, when you launch a container, they launch in a network called driver bridge. What is driver? Driver is a program. Docker give you pre-created program called bridge program. Bridge program. Okay, don't confuse. This is a program name, is a name. When I create a network, I can give my own name, Vimal Network. But there you have to select which driver you want to use. So we use a bridge driver. Then we can say my network is bridge network. That means if any container launch, they will have local switch, so they can connect to each other. So my one container can connect to other container locally because they have a switch. But this container can go out because this also have a router. But when this container go out, the private IP change to public IP because this also have a masquerading enable, masquerading enable. That is meaning of this term called bridge. Okay, that's how it works. But if you have a driver called null, this is also program. Program. And what this program means? It means I'm creating with no devices, no router, no switches. Isolated. Without, you can think you have a computer without network card. Nothing is there. No wires, no device. It's also driver. Like this, we have one more driver called host. What is host? We'll discuss in the next class because for the host, you need to know one more concept. If you want to go from private world to public world, we need S netting. But if anyone from public world want to come in private world, okay, for this S netting is not work. We need a different netting called D-netting. It's called D-netting. This is called destination netting. Dynamic is different concept. This is called destination netting. So if a requirement, if you haven't noticed, from a laptop you can go to Google. But from outside world, if anyone try to come to your network, it's impossible. You can try. Outside world, try to ping your laptop, it won't work. It won't work. But for this, what you do, you go to a router, enable D-netting. So anyone from private world, if they want to come in, public to private, then we need D-netting. Now, what is D-netting? It's a very important topic. We'll go discuss in next class. In the real world, this is the concept we always want. Always want. Why? Because the Google computer, what you're connecting at this point in time, Google have a private IP actually this time. They were working in their own LAN. And technically, for the Google perspective, we are in the public world, internet. So when you go connect to Google, so technically you are going to use the internet from ISPs. And you are going to Google into their private world and you can able to connect. That's when you see the reply. How is possible? Because their router has D-netting enabled. So in any company, every company, wherever you have a site hosted, server hosted, Netflix, everyone has D-netting enabled. Otherwise, you won't be able to connect. So what D-netting, how it works, how the logic would be, we'll discuss this here. Why we should know this? Because right now, this container is a private IP. And if you want to connect this container for outside world, it won't work. For this, in this router, we have to enable D-netting. So next class, we enable D-netting. Any application working in the container, you can connect from outside world. I saw in my last class, guys, if I launch any app, and if I try to connect from Windows, it won't work, right? Because D-netting is not enabled. So I show you in the Docker, to enable the D-netting, we have to do something. So first I explain the D-netting concept in the same diagram. Then I'll show you how to enable D-netting in the world of Docker. So any application that you launch in the container can be accessed by outside world. And D-netting is almost a kind of concept of patting. When I say D-netting or patting for address transfer, it's the same thing. So what patting, D-netting, we'll discuss in my next class. So I believe that you got a lot of information, very powerful information, okay, and in the very unique way. Okay, this is helpful in every area of your life. Whichever area you go, this concept will help you a lot. I've seen from other students also. Okay, this concept, if you understand this way, you never stuck as such in the world of networking. Some more concept to be left that we'll discuss in my next class. And then after I start understand D-netting, then I can able to understand driver host and driver overlay. It's not there, but there's got driver overlay. Overlay network. We discuss. Because if you go to Docker and search Docker network or networking, okay, so there are a lot of different drivers available. one bridge I explained to you. You can see some sides. Okay, so there's lot of yes, here this one. Bridge explained to you, none explained to you, isolate, but overlay, IP VLAN, MAC VLAN, host. So you understand this concept, especially the host or overlay, only after when you understand DNet. Okay, and overlay is very important. Okay, because without overlay, none of the content can able to work in the real world, especially in Kubernetes. Kubernetes are using overlay like anything. And we use the Docker with the help of Kubernetes always in the real world. Okay, so that is a guys concept. That's all from my side. Any quick queries from offline and the online guys, you can ask. Okay. My college took someone write online. My Ankit, my college took entire semester, but they don't make this thing level the way by the there. That's what great. Thank you very much. Okay, so any query? The IP fix, no, we can change the IP something if you want to. Right now, IP come for IPM, this is called DSCP, but you want to make it hard coded, there's also a way we can make it static. Please. We can change also, why not? Same way. Same. Same. Same, okay. From the same device. I'll tell you. If I use mobile phone hotspot, so your mobile phone actually company does not give public IP. Okay. If you use the mobile phone open the router when you create a hotspot, but this router also have public IP, but that's not a public IP. So they are the local network they have, right? Wi-Fi towers. In the tower they put the router. Okay, so they have the local LAN again. Local LAN. So mobile does not have a private public IP. So when you connect your router again will do DNetting, connect to local towers. But local tower guys have multiple lines connected. So guys, this is called high availability or multi lines. So when you connect multiple sessions, so first session will go to one of the router of your tower, and that tower will take one of the public IP, and next public the third public IP. So when you see every session in your mobile phone is keep on changing the public IP, it is possible. Why is possible? Because mostly in the real world, like in towers, the router that they have attached multiple public IPs. The question is, can one router can be attached multiple IP? Answer yes. This is called IP pool, public IP pool. Okay, so when you see they keep on changing, it is because their router have multiple public IP pool. Okay, so what it's saying is valid. That's what you're saying, right? It's valid. If your router has multiple public IP, this is called public IP pool concept. Okay, why we do so? For multiple reason. One of the reason is because one tower they have multiple clients, right? Sometimes you will take this IP, sometimes other take that, sometimes you can take the different IP. So it's been distributed. So none of IP will have a load, every IP will link with other lines. There are a lot of many other concepts also. Okay, but what you say is right. This is possible. But if one router, if you have only one public IP, if this is the case, then thousands of data you put in the private one, everyone use the same IP. In that context, right? Anyone else? Okay. Anyone public, online and offline? So we do yes. Next class, actually, we'll do the port mapping, also known as petting, also known as DNetting, in my next class. Yes, please. Yes. Okay, that is a guy in the world of crime. In the world of crime, if some attack happen, it is very hard to backtrack. If you guys here, let's say 20-50 guys here, if everyone, if I give Linux World Wi-Fi network to you, then everyone has a private IP. Whatever you do, your IP never go. None of the detail of computer will go as such. The detail of our router IP will go, public IP. So some kind happen from your laptop, no one can track from outside world. Finally, they come to us and say, hey, this attack is done by you. So they will contact to the owner of this company and the management who is doing this thing. Okay, because they will reach till the router. Now, this is responsibility of Linux world to maintain the log of other guys. So when I give the my Wi-Fi access, so I'll maintain, hey, there's someone here, let's say XYZ. Okay, so this guy is using the internet from this time. So there I will maintain your IP, your IP logs, your MAC address, many more things also. If we are not maintaining, then we are under soup. So there's a company policy, the compliance of the company. If you give this thing, so they have to maintain everyone logs, who is using, when they're using, what time they're using, and many other aspects also. Okay. That's also one different point. Okay. So some otherwise we can't able to go backtrack. So router can be MAC filter also. Yes, Satvi, we can do. It's all depend on router also. If they support MAC filter or not. IP VLAN, MAC VLAN we'll discuss in the upcoming class, Archit. Okay, we'll discuss. Yes, obviously 1,000 guys using the same router, speed will definitely decrease. So we have to bigger router with a better bandwidth, better port speed, better microcontroller speed. So obviously, otherwise you have to use more routers. So you can use multiple routers together as a load balancer concepts. So that is also we can use. Okay, Satyananda, maybe I just explain you those concepts, switches of hardware address, just to give you a quick idea. Nothing so much required for Docker learning. Okay, if you don't understand, maybe somehow, somewhere we also correct, give this discussion so we get the idea. Okay, or anything related to Docker networking. It's not banned, is a software available. No, that is different software. It's used for different. It's used to create a telecom network. There's a lot of IP spoofing tool, phishing tools available in the market. You can use VPNs, proxies. There's many more concepts available in the market. Deproxy. Okay, available. That's a different point. Yeah. So that's all, guys. See you in the next class. Okay. And those who are part of my 7 days program, you have to stay here. We have a quick quiz. What announcement? Okay.